of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, welcome everybody this morning. Thank you again for coming. And for any members or any people from the public or that want to speak today, there are these blue slips back as you come in. You can complete them, put the agenda item that you'd like to, if you have a specific one that you'd like to talk about. If not, we will also try to call before a lunch break and at the end of the meeting today to give you an opportunity. Please put your cell phones on silent or turn them off. And we are going to begin today with the discussion on Table Mountain from yesterday. We actually have a motion by Commissioner Clouda to accept the department's proposal to acquire, and a second by Commissioner Culver. What we tabled it for until today was so that all received from Scott yesterday. Scott, is there anything you'd like to add?
Madam President, no, there's nothing to add at this time.
Commissioners, is there any discussion, and did you have enough time to review the public comments?
I did.
Commissioner Anselmi.
Who's the gentleman from Lander that there is? We spoke last night, but there was a couple comments in there. There was one that said something about the road access. Could you clear that up?
President Little, Commissioner Anselmi, I'd be happy to. Could we advance to the Ocean Lake slide? One more, please.
I don't think your microphone's on.
Is there on now?
There it is.
So as we talked in the lobby yesterday evening, a number of the comments reference the blocking of access or something to that effect. Who owns the Maxon parcel, whether it be us or anybody else, has no effect on that commenter's access. So this person owns approximately this parcel here that the commenter or people commenting on their behalf. So, and they also have land up here. As I stated yesterday, we don't possess an access easement along the road. And the road actually comes along the east, just to the east of the Maxon parcel. So again, to restate what I just said, the lay of the land, who owns this parcel has no bearing on who can traverse this road, because the road doesn't go across what we presently own, and we have no easement, so we have no legal stake in the road or the access.
So how do hunters get there?
Along that road, and that's one of the I guess one of the benefits of this plan of this project. Is that it's just been a handshake deal for decades now.
With who?
With the two landowners. So this landowner here, as well as there are two landowners that the public uses to go across to access this. We have no easement. Part of this plan or this project will result in us having a permanent public access easement.
Well, that's good. So people still be able to go in there and hunt. I mean, the guy can't shut it off.
Yes, sir. The commission or the department, I suppose, wrote in 1991, approached landowners asking for a public access easement or a sportsman's easement, if you will, which was denied, and they just wanted to keep it on just a handshake situation. So in addition to all the benefits that this project brings, it will grant an administrative and public access in perpetuity from Missouri Valley Road to the Maxon piece to ensure our ability to plant birds and hunt.
That's good.
Madam President,
Commissioner Crank.
so is there some separate, I mean, if we're going to gain a permanent easement to the Maxim unit, Maxim parcel, there must be some separate agreement with that private landowner over whose lands the road goes now?
No, is a short answer. President Little, Commissioner Crank. So as I said yesterday, the landowner on Table Mountain also owns 160 acres just south of this parcel. So he's granting us, so assuming this goes through, it'll be an easement just on paper because what's working now works just fine. But should something ever have the land ownership changes, something to that effect to the east of the road, which has the road, at that point in time, we'll have the right on paper to construct a road through the Killebrews property just south. So they own land between Maxon and Missouri Valley. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so if I understand it correctly, Howard Killebrew, who's going to end up with the Maxim parcel, owns other lands that border on a public road. So if the other landowner decides at some stage he doesn't want people going through his private property, we would be able, and we have an agreement with Mr. Killebrew, we'd be able to build a road across his private property to allow hunters to access the Maxim parcel.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One last question, sorry.
No. Commissioner Anselmi.
How long, if we had to build a road, how far about you talking?
President Little, Commissioner Anselmi, a quarter mile.
Oh, okay. That's the only questions I had was about access. Thank you.
Discussion?
Any other discussion or questions?
I have some discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I reviewed all the public comments, and it appears, I guess, that there were some people out there who felt that our publication wasn't sufficient because we just did it in Lander and didn't include Riverton, correct?
President Little, Commissioner Crank, that's their feeling.
Okay. And so we subsequently published in the Riverton paper, did a whole second public notice and had a separate, an additional opportunity to show up and make public comments, correct?
That's correct, in addition to a rather long list of additional public outreach that we conducted. I'd be happy to go through.
And then recently you'd received all these written comments, and you gave the commission all the written comments yesterday, and we've reviewed them, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
All right.
And Richard, I see you were at both meetings,
Correct,
and you're okay with this?
yes.
Okay, that's good for me.
I mean, if you're looking at the wildlife value, absolutely. We're not losing anything in, oh, this is mine.
That's yours.
We're not losing anything at the Maxon parcel as far as for sportsmen and the birds. And we're gaining this, we're gaining this land on Table Mountain, which is full of our deer, of the people's deer that need something permanent. That Table Mountain, and we've talked about this, is ripe for somebody to come in there and start selling 5-acre lots. And it would devastate that country. And maybe not this year, next year, but in the generations to come, that's very possible. And I think we've talked about that. And that would put a halt to that winter range for the wildlife. With the wildlife value for this particular property or this transaction is about the wildlife, and we're not losing anything at Maxon as far as the hunting opportunities. That'll be in perpetuity, correct? And then we have Table Mountain now in perpetuity. So I don't know what we're losing here, other than Mr. Killebrew is going to hold the title on Maxim, but we still have the same opportunities that we had there before, correct? It's my thoughts.
Madam President,
Commissioner Crank.
it seemed to me in reading the public comments that there was some confusion on what a conservation easement really does. I mean, it prevents development of what, near as I can tell, is pretty darn critical mule deer winter range in perpetuity. And then we also gain hunter access to the Table Mountain area where we're obtaining the conservation easement. So we expand hunter access on Table Mountain. We prevent that land from being developed forever so that our mule deer can use it in their time of need when they need to do it. But it seemed to me a lot of people were confused about what we were getting with regard to Table Mountain. And I think if they understood that better, maybe their comments might be a little bit different.
Madam President,
Commissioner Cloud.
let me say this about that. And I think that either Brian or Brian could probably expound on this way better than me. There was a huge amount of misinformation that was floating around at least Pavilion. And when we got over there and the program started with this map trying to explain kind of what was happening at Table Mountain, it was like they didn't want to hear that. They didn't understand that. And you're right. I don't think some of them understood the value of what this meant for future development and for the mule deer. They were focused on this over in Pavilion on this Maxim unit. And I understand that. So you're right. There was a lot of confusion or misinformation and the rumor mill running around. And I think when we left there, some of those folks understood it, I think. So that was better. And those comments, I think, were written prior to that meeting. Is that correct? Pretty much?
Yes, sir.
So I think that these guys did a pretty good job of trying to quell the storm, so to speak. I do believe that. They did the best they could in the face of adversity over there that night. Putting it mildly, I guess.
Thank you, Commissioner Cloud. Is there any other discussion or questions by the department or Commissioner Cloud since he was at both of those meetings?
Call for the question.
Hearing none, then we do have the motion and second. And the motion, just to repeat, is to accept the department's recommendation to acquire the Table Mountain. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming back. Deputy Director Kennedy and Meredith. Ms. Wood, I should have said.
Madam President, members of the commission, Director Talbot, good morning. The next agenda item this morning is with respect to your FY17 budget and specifically your operating fund. Absolutely, Commissioner Crank. I have a handout coming down. As a reminder, let me back up. This agenda item was per your request. You wanted an update on where we're at with your operating funds, but we're able to go into any issues you want to on the budget when Meredith comes up here. She can answer your questions. What's coming down along as a handout is a one-page handout. You know this information. These were just simply reflects decisions you've made since March and when you approved it, the budget in July. President Little, if you could hand that down the line. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Nothing new on that handout. Just thought you'd like that for today to make some notes on, at least during this discussion. And there's going to be some budget matters discussed later in the day when you might want to make some notes on that as well. So, as you know, in our current FY17 budget, the commission approved some very important projects and some activities that were cut back in the FY15 and 16 budget. A very strong FY17 budget in terms of capital construction projects and deferred maintenance and all of that. As you can see with the handout, we have some other expenditures that were approved. Before we go there, just as a reminder, at the January commission meeting when we had a very robust discussion about your operating fund and more importantly, the strategy in managing that fund. We came to you with an estimated operating fund balance of $56 million. You decided to maintain 6 months operating expenses as a reserve, which was 31.5. That gave $24.5 million to spend on projects and invest in wildlife, which is exactly what the commission's been doing. We're doing that, moving down to the estimated expenditures. We're doing that with, as you know, a new Game and Fish Lab and regional office in Laramie. We're going to be discussing that here in a couple of agenda items. We've discussed renovation projects at the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp. We'll also be discussing that here this morning. And then as we go down the list, you're well aware of what we've done with conservation education, hunter ed, and some of these other projects that have been approved since you approved the budget in July. With that, there's a balance of funds at this time of, as you see, a little over $5.3 million. There's a note down there below there for discussion today, and I'm going to let Meredith discuss what that's all about, but there's another $1.8 million in the operating fund that's come in, and I'll have Meredith come up and explain to you what that's all about. But that available dollars obviously is up to the commission with respect to either putting that into your reserve, putting it into the available amount to spend. Those are issues you guys, you all can work out today and into the future. And as a reminder, we continue to work with a department commission working group with Director Talbot, myself, and Meredith Wood, and Commissioners Culver, Price, and Crank. And we appreciate that work of the commission. And that working group's been really good at keeping the department and the commission on the same sheet of music with respect to these issues. So thank you for that. I know it's quite a bit of extra work to go through some of these issues. So, Madam President, members of the commission, if it's all right, I'd like Meredith to explain the 1.8, and then we can address any other questions you may have.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, President Little, Commissioners, Director Talbot. As John mentioned, there are some additional dollars available to either deposit into the reserve or make available to distribute for additional investments in wildlife out of the operating fund. The $1.8 million is the difference between the ending balance of the operating fund in fiscal year 15 compared to the ending balance of the operating fund in fiscal year 16. And what that 1.8 represents is additional dollars collected via the sale of licenses to the tune of about $600,000. We also had a significant increase in preference points, $700,000 there. And it also reflects additional PR dollars that we collected, which basically means that less license dollars had to be distributed. And overall, it just means that we had greater revenues than expenditures for the fiscal year of FY16. So are there any questions on that?
Commissioner Anselmi.
You got 600 in license, 700 in preference points. That's $1.3 million. Then, so it's like 500,000 in PR dollars. Is that what you're saying?
President Little, Commissioner Anselmi, PR dollars, and then a few other little things in other categories. But yes, that's correct.
Commissioner Clouda.
Meredith, the PR dollars, what did you say, 500,000?
President Little, Commissioner Clouda, it's not equivalent one-on-one to 500,000, but yes, there's an additional 500,000 in the operating fund that it was just collected as revenue over what we actually spent.
But on the PR dollars, isn't there a match there that we would have to match? If we use the 500,000, we'd still have to match at 25%. Is that correct? Or am I, and you understand where I'm coming from? I don't know.
Yeah. President Little, Commissioner Clouda, so there may be some confusion about how we obtain PR dollars. So if you recall, I believe at the last meeting we did a brief overview presentation on how we get PR and DJ dollars. It's not that an appropriation is made to us and then a check is cut. We don't get the dollars up front by any means whatsoever. So the way that the dollars actually end up in our fund is that we have an expense that already occurs, and if it's eligible, we then ask the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to give us 75% back. So the 500,000 that we have already expended the 25% that was required. If we were to come up with new transactions that PR would be eligible for, and those transactions equaled 500, then yes, 25% would have to be our match portion.
I'm shocked that you would think I was confused.
Madam President,
Well,
I'm really confused.
let me, before we move on, Commissioner Crank, in case yours is different than mine. So what I wanted, I guess what I'm trying to follow up on Commissioner Clouda's question though is, so when you say that these are 500,000 is PR, does that mean that this is 500,000 that is now additionally available to us to use projects that, of course, we would already have to have done to apply for the 75%? Or is this really gone in projects that we have completed and intend to apply for this 75%?
President Little, I think there's confusion here. So there's a $1.8 million increase. We have it. We own it. It's in cash. How you, the commission, choose to spend it is up to you. If it is PR eligible at that time, then we'll apply it and get reimbursed again. But that 500,000 plus the 700 earned from license sales and the increase in preference point sales, that's money the commission owns right now. It's in the bank. It's all collectively in there. And how you choose to either invest it, well, not invest, but either reserve it or allocate it to additional projects or investments is entirely up to you.
Okay. Commissioner
Madam
Crank.
President, let me take a stab at this. It's probably wrong to characterize that 500,000 as PR dollars. What those dollars are, as I understand it, Meredith, are because we were able to capture and use PR dollars during the course of fiscal year 16, we have an extra $500,000 from license fees and a variety of other sources that we didn't have to spend. So because the department is working hard to use as many PR dollars as possible for eligible projects, we've been able to save $500,000 that would have otherwise had to be spent out of our license sale monies. Is that what we're saying?
President Little, Commissioner Crank, that's exactly correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I said.
I knew that's what you said.
Any other, Commissioner Price?
I have a question. I didn't hear, what was the point money that came in? How much was that?
President Little, Commissioner Price, the increase between FY15 and FY16 for preference point sales was just under $700,000.
Madam President,
Commissioner Crank.
since you referred to this as the Democratic end of the table yesterday, the other day I was hunting deer and I was bouncing around in my pickup and I heard a news story that October of 2016 was the highest number of background checks the FBI has ever historically run with regard to gun sales. So I don't know how the election of President Trump will affect that going forward. I guess we'll have to see it. But there was once again that panic or that rush to buy guns and ammunition this fall. So I think our PR allocation would likely increase if that news story was accurate. So.
I bought a couple fishing poles. Does that count?
Yep.
We appreciate that.
Director Talbot looks poised.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I guess I'd just like to make a quick comment on the increased revenue that is coming into the department and obviously the commission at this point. And just looking at license draw numbers last year, we were up about 6,000 applications for licenses. And as you are all aware, our license numbers are still fairly low. This year, the Wildlife Division recommended the issuance of 6,000 additional licenses, primarily for deer and antelope, and the demand was up by almost 9,000 applicants again this year. And you look at the demand for preference points, it's pretty clear that folks want to hunt and fish in Wyoming. And we have dealt with a number of individuals in the last couple months, both through the field and as high as the governor's office, talking about the fishing and southeast Wyoming on the Laramie Plains lakes. And to be quite honest with you, I think that fishing down there is probably as good as it's been perhaps in our lifetimes. And folks are coming here to enjoy the resources that we're in charge with managing. And it's pretty apparent, not only from the demand that we're seeing on the ground, but also now in our checkbook.
Madam President, can I ask Meredith or John a question?
Certainly, Commissioner Crank.
So refresh my memory on how our budget process works. What's coming in the coming months? I mean, when will you present us a recommended budget, and then when do we finalize our budget?
President Little, Commissioner Crank, the budget process for fiscal year 18 commission has already started. We're working on, with our internal budget committee, getting all the worksheets, expectations ready to go. We still, Director Talbot and Deputy Director Kennedy and the Commissioner Working Group need to get together to identify the overarching target that the commission would like the department to stay within. And then in March, this March, we will present the preliminary FY18 budget request to the commission for your consideration. And then the very first meeting of the new fiscal year, which will be our July meeting, will be the final approval of the fiscal year 18 budget, which begins July 1, 2017.
So if I might follow up, Madam President,
Commissioner Crank.
we don't have to take any action today with regard to this 1.8 million in growth to our reserve fund.
President Little, Commissioner Crank, absolutely not, no.
Okay. And if we don't take action today, that will be there and it will be available in March or July to either increase our budget reserve or expend on programs that this commission decides are worthy of expenditure of funds, correct?
That's
It's going
correct.
nowhere.
That's right.
All right.
Well, and to follow up on Commissioner Crank's, because this is kind of where my thought process is going too. Here we're looking at a significant capital construction project in the fish, in the Game and Fish Lab and the regional office. I think today we're going to hear about the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp and some issues there in terms of funding. And I guess I would just like to I mean, you know how these things kind of go. Yeah. They say it's going to cost this, and the next thing you know, it's going to cost more. It's how it works out. So great that we're on the positive side, but maybe a little extra, maybe waiting, putting off, delegating that would be a good idea for any surprises that might come up. And that would just be my comment. Commissioner Price.
I was going to mention, I think keeping that fluid in the operating fund rather than put it in reserve fund. We have the option to put it in reserve fund, but I think we do need, I'm just following along with Kerry. We do need to keep this fluid the way things are going and not put it in, put it in the reserve fund. And I think, John, I'm glad to hear you refer to the reserve fund as a 6-month thing, because that can fluctuate, but the 6 months gives us a foundation under what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Madam President, members of the commission, just an update, and Commissioner Crank bringing up the process. I appreciate that. What we intend to do is actually invite the working group to get with our entire budget team very soon to go through process and to talk about target, where we want to try to come in with the FY18 budget. So be ready for that. And also, we will be presenting the commission's budget to JAC on December 13. Director Talbot, is that the date? December 13? So we'll need to get with the commissioner department working group here pretty quick.
Okay.
And JAC. Yeah, and that's your budget we're presenting to JAC, the current FY17 budget. So in other words, there's some priorities we need to get together pretty quick. So we'll be doing that.
Madam President,
Commissioner Crank.
I think it's really important the public, the legislature, everybody understands exactly how PR dollars work. I mean, we do not have a huge pot of PR dollars, nor have we ever have, nor will we in the immediate future. Right. Once we expend funds, apply to the feds for them to reimburse us for 75% of that eligible project. So there continues to be this misperception out there in the public that, we have hundreds of millions of dollars of PR funds that have already been transferred to us. That's just not the way it works. And I think the department's doing an outstanding job trying to make sure that we recoup as many of those federal dollars as possible. But if they are federal dollars, but we need to, such as people ask us about that, it's important that they understand that we only have access to the fishing dollars or the hunting dollars after we spend money. And I just think there's a real misperception out there that that's where this operating reserve came from. It didn't come from that. It came from the fact that the prior commissions were very frugal and made many hard choices. It comes from the fact that the department worked its behind off to cut expenses and operate efficiently. And it comes from the fact that that the department continues to work very hard to obtain as many federal dollars as possible. So it's an incredible gift. This commission was handed, some of you predate me and you were part of it, but it's amazing that we can set aside a 6-month operating balance if something goes horribly wrong and still have money to invest in wildlife and further the needs of the department. But if there's, if that perception continues to exist out there, and I believe it does, that we have a huge pot of federal money that we can just spend at will, that is not accurate.
And President Little,
Commissioner
just to expand on what Commissioner Crank said, it is important that the public understand that there are only very specific projects or expenditures that are eligible for Pittman Roberts or Dingle Johnson funding. I know sometimes I think people understand or misunderstand why we fund certain projects, why we place higher priorities on some certain projects than others. And sometimes that's because they are eligible for 75% reimbursement through PRDJ funding. So.
Further discussion?
President Little, I think one of the things I'm kind of getting to be an old timer on this commission, but one of the things that happened and one of the reasons that we're reaping these benefits is because of the department and especially Meredith and her people that have worked real hard to categorize the information of our expenditures. And this allows us to recuperate that. When I first came on, we didn't have this budget system set up. Well, you came on the same time I did. But we didn't have this budget and as well refined as it is now. And so for that, we need to thank the department for the work they've done in that. And Meredith, you particularly.
You're right, Commissioner Price. And I don't want to say the transparency wasn't there. I just think that you guys have, through maybe our interest or whatever, have you really come prepared and to tell us every piece of it and help us understand. And it's, noticeably improved. And that's all he's complimenting you on and the rest of us as well, I'm sure. So thanks. Deputy Director Kennedy, were you looking I mean, it's in the operating right now, and I'm sensing through discussion that we have, that we're happy enough with where it is, but were you looking for a motion on this?
Madam President, no.
Excellent information. Thanks for the summary. Appreciate both of you. Okay, so Scott Coffrin, and Meredith, you are still here. Ms. Wood, my apologies.
Madam President, Commissioners, Director Talbot, it's my pleasure to present some information this morning on the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp. The main part of this will be going over this spreadsheet for costs that we recently completed. My apologies for not having this in a more timely fashion, but before I get into the figures and explaining what they mean and offer up for discussion, I would like to give just a quick history of how we got to where we are today, because I think it's important to point out a few of these facts and how that may affect these costs. We started working on the camp as a department in 2009. At that time, Malone Belt and Able was brought on board to help us come up with some schematics to try to raise some funding for the camp. So this project's been being worked on for quite a while. I would also like to point out that Steve Abel and Tim Belton are here today to help answer a question, as is our chief engineer, Lauren Wooden.
Hey,
The reason we don't
is
have
this something you can send to us at some point, just so that we have it? We didn't have it in our initial information.
Madam President, I can. It was not available before the notebooks went out.
Right, and I understand that, and I can appreciate that. I think probably we'd like to have this for our records if that's possible, and my apologies for interrupting you, but
Madam President, we'll make sure that happens.
thank you so much.
So since 2009, there's been a large amount of public involvement, especially in the Du Bois community in the valley. We've held public meetings, which Commissioner Clouda and I think Commissioner Price attended. The Lander region in specific has had a large amount of personal contact with individuals in the community, and they've all been involved in developing recommendations for the camp, which these costs reflect for the items that will need to be done to meet those recommendations. We also had an internal working group in the department comprised of information and education employees from across the state, conservation education, Rennie McKay, myself, and other services division employees. So collaborative, we came up with what we thought would provide for the future needs of the department in regards to the camp, to be able to hold camps into the future and be as much of a general purpose facility long after we're all gone. So we gave these recommendations here to Malone Belt and Able. They subcontracted with Emery Spiegelberg, and they've come up with what we have here today. I think it's good to point out a few of the recommendations that we had that have kind of driven this. It's very important to those involved to maintain the historical values of the camp, to follow the stipulations of conservation easements that the department has been involved in the valley, for as far as light in the evenings, height of buildings, etc. We were also operating under the impression that we only wanted the camp closed for one summer for construction. And we also wanted to maintain the existing feel and footprint of the camp as it is today. And one thing we just learned right here at the beginning of this week, multiple conversations and phone calls, is we've been operating under the assumption that we fell into the National Historic Preservation Act. And according to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we are not held to that, but they strongly recommend that we consult with Wyoming SHPO as we move forward with construction of the camp. So we can move into the costs. As I mentioned, we had Malone Belt and Able on board. We were able to continue what they started back in 2009, which was a significant cost savings for this first line item. With construction, there's multiple printing costs, of course, just for the hard copies. We did complete the cultural resource study, which with what we just learned this week, probably wasn't necessary, but I think it's good to have that information in our pocket, in our toolbox. The geotech is pretty standard on construction to evaluate the soil structure and what's needed for stability for the construction as far as the civil engineering goes. We'll need a space to move everything that's in the camp right now today, to move it out of the way for construction. Due to the age of the camp, there is going to be some asbestos on site. We're pretty positive that many, if not all, the buildings have some floor tile that has asbestos in it, and we're pretty sure that the cafeteria ceiling tiles have it as well. We won't know that till we actually get somebody in there and do some samples. Standard with fire marshal permitting. And you guys jump in here if I get anything wrong. I think the fire marshal stuff will be mainly for fire suppression. And that's with new construction. If we decided not to do any new construction, I think that cost would go significantly down. The construction fees are for basically coming up with the designs, contract oversight. Anything else, Warren?
No, that sums that up.
We talked about the need to replace the water utilities and the electrical, bury the lines. That's where that cost comes in. That's going to be a complete redo. Then we get into the new dining room classroom, and that is a very large number. I understand that. But I think it's good to explain that the direction that they were given is that would be a log structure to match the existing facilities that are on site. We can go with lesser quality material. We can go with an outside material that's not logs that have to be hand hewn and put together. So that is just to do a log building that would fit in with the surroundings and the size too. I mean, it's a 2-story structure. It's built back into the earth, so the height is not conflicting with the conservation easements in the valley. That's why that number is so high. There's an elevator in there for disabled folks. And I think that's good to point out too, is the camp's never been able to accommodate disabled people. The dining room and the classroom would have that capability for those folks to be able to enjoy that. And then on the next page of this spreadsheet, there will be an actual cabin that disabled folks that it will be ADA compliant and they can use. So the camp would be fully compliant with the ADA Act. We have a new bathhouse. There is currently one there. There's some room there to possibly not have to tear that building down. I think we need to do a little more research on that. We might be able to just salvage half, tear half down, and have some cost savings there as well. The screen pavilion, I don't know if you remember how that came up in discussions with you on design, but I'm talking with people that have put camps on in the past. That would be for a 100-person pavilion down below the main part of the camp for outdoor education and have multiple classroom facilities rather than just the lodge and the classroom building. We talked about the ADA bathroom. The boat barn is basically a pole barn building for storage, specifically for the canoes that they use for camps. And then we run into the figure for maintaining existing buildings, the historical, which if we choose not to follow all of SHPO's recommendations, that number can go down as well. And you see the contingencies. So when we first had come to you about the camp, basically Ray and I had put together the figure of 4.2, which has been used for fundraising efforts and what we were going on. This number is quite a bit higher than that. So I guess I would offer it up for discussion for the commission, but hopefully I've helped describe why that number is significantly higher than it was in the past.
So, Mr. Coffrin, when I look at these figures, I'm looking at the ultimate dream. You know, for instance, when you talk about the new dining hall and, you know, $3 million, and you're talking about hand hewn, I mean, you could use manufactured logs and end up with a log structure. I mean, and frankly, in the long run, I mean, I realize you're through the state, obviously, for insurance, but hand hewn is expensive to insure, and they're going to take that into consideration. So, I mean, you're increasing insurance costs by that too. I know you've got it to deal with on some other buildings that are already out there, but I'm just saying, you know, this is the ultimate dream, a pavilion, screened pavilion for 100 people. I mean, I guess when we started this, the idea for me was that we do what we needed to do to make it usable and viable and save it. And I think we could take a look at this and cut a lot of these things for now, down the future. I mean, obviously we just discussed that we've had a good year. You could add some of these things as you went down the road, but let's pare this down a little bit and let's find out what we need to do to make this usable and reasonable and doable, would be my suggestion.
Madam President,
Commissioner Crank.
I choose my words carefully, but you know, the department brought this to us as a priority, and the commission made it a priority for us, for our votes. And this project right now is just horribly messed up. And, you know, as one of the strongest advocates for this project, I don't, this is shocking that what we were told would likely cost 4.2 million now is allegedly going to cost 8.36 million. I think there was a critical error made by someone about whether SHPO applied, which, you know, if SHPO applies, then just as a for instance, you have to hand make all the windows that we would replace in this project at enormous expense compared to being able to buy manufactured windows. Madam President makes a point about, you know, the use of hand-hewn logs would be dramatically more expensive than using manufactured logs. And those are all driven, I believe, by the error that was made that SHPO applies to this project. And so my suggestion would be, as an advocate for this project, is that we direct the department to go back to the drawing board, do this right the next time, present it to us in January. And I think, you know, at that stage, the commission could decide whether to proceed with the project or kill it. We've obligated up to $2 million to date to work on this project. Those funds won't be expended between now and January, but we need some real work on this project, both with regard to the scope of the project and real costs, analyzed, you know, from the perspective, I think where we'll land in the next few days is that SHPO does not apply to this project. And there's also, I believe, a problem with the delivery method. You know, the team chose to go with a construction manager at risk, which in this economic environment may not be the best delivery method. So there's a variety of things that we need to look at and try to figure out if this project is salvageable. But obviously, if this truly costs $8.365 million, we don't have the funds. I couldn't in good faith vote to spend $8.365 million on the camp, as much as I love the camp and as valuable as I think it is. So I think we just, my suggestion would be is that we ask the department to work on this and come back in January. I would suggest that we have some kind of working group. I'd be happy to serve on it. Mr. Kennedy's nodding his head. If there's any other commissioners that want to be part of that, I'd love to have you, but this needs some real guidance before we're ready to do something.
Madam President.
Commissioner Rael, first of all, Commissioner Crank, were you finished yet?
Yep.
Madam President.
Commissioner
thank you.
Rael.
Commissioner Crank, I couldn't agree more. I think that all of a sudden we're double than what the projected cost was. I think as much as I love the camp, the idea and the fact that we want to get this done, I just don't think we can reasonably go forward with this. I agree 100%.
Commissioner Price.
I've got a couple of questions. One is, how much money has been expended at this point?
Madam President, Commissioner Price. So we've spent basically to get the level 1, level 2 study done, cultural resource study. I think we've done the geotech. Anything I'm forgetting, Lauren?
We have not done the geotech yet. There will be some of that pre-construction, $4,000. I don't know the number of that.
So Madam President, Commissioner Price, roughly $70,000-$80,000 have been spent to date.
How much?
So
78,000. So of all this 4 million, we've basically spent a little less than 100,000 on this. That's one of the questions. The other question is that Kerry brought up, if this dining hall and stuff is built out of logs, and anything that we build, if we build it new, as I understand it, it doesn't have to be conforming to the character of the camp on that built out of logs. And I think with log homes, you incur quite a bit of additional expense down the line over the years on insurance, and also probably fire suppression requirements on that. So as we look at this thing, and I'm agreeing with Commissioner Crank on this, that we do take a real close look at this. The cost has got way out of hand. But if we look at this dining hall and stuff and consider modern construction, I think you've already mentioned this, modern construction, avoid the fire liability as much as you can, insurance for that. These things ought to be incorporated as we do this. There's a number of things that would be nice. The pavilion would be nice, not necessary, but these are things that as we've talked about this and thought, and at this point, I can't support it at this level.
Madam President, Commissioner Price, and Commissioners, I agree. I think we would all welcome, as part of the team that's come up with this, any sort of help with the project. And I think it will help us get to where we want to be if we decide what we want the camp to look like and what we want to be there. If we just want it to be existing buildings and pare back the dining room to just what we need, I think the cost will go down significantly. So all we need to decide is what we want there now, and I'm confident we can come back with a more realistic number at the January meeting.
So, Mr.
President Little, I guess I am currently on the budget committee, and I would be willing to work with Commissioner Crank and whoever else to try to bring this thing to a workable level, I hope.
So, Mr. Cochran, I hope you don't feel like we're beating you up, because I know you've worked really hard on this. And of course, these are figures that, I mean, you requested that they be completed, and they were. But, and I'm not unwilling to work on a committee. I'm a short timer, so I don't know if you want some new people on there, or whether it matters whether they're commissioners or just interested parties. But And maybe you have them, but just a couple little throwouts. So you've got the asbestos survey, but that's the survey. And I don't know if then the construction costs you've taken into account, and these are probably all things you've thought of already, but then the removal, because you expect to find some. So if they aren't in there, then those are costs that are going to come up. Yes, you can use manufactured logs and make it look good. Commissioner Price is correct. Even manufactured logs are logs that you know, that's the problem with them. Repairs down the road, you're in a protection class 10, and so you repairs down the road with any log structure are the cost is increased dramatically. You know, it should look good. You want the aesthetics to kind of match, so you could actually use log look siding that would do that. So there's just lots of things. I think a working group meeting is a great idea to get together and you know, I think ultimately we want it to work. So let's figure out a way to do it, you know, that's reasonable. And is that good enough for the purposes of this?
Madam President, I believe it is.
Madam President,
Frank.
so there's no misunderstanding, because I thought I was abundantly clear last time. At the January meeting, you know, we can't get a summary chart that doesn't appear in our notebooks. The summary chart is impossible for me, at least, to comprehend. What I need, what I think this commission needs at the January meeting are detailed cost analysis of every aspect of this project. So if we're going to work on the cabins, I want to know what the cost is for each one of those cabins. If we're going to do a new dining hall classroom, I want to know what the cost is for that new dining hall and classroom. And I want to know, you know, what, down to the specifics, what, you know, that's what we asked for by this meeting, at least. We haven't gotten it, you know, except dribbled in the last week. So just so there's no misunderstanding, we need detailed information so we can do our jobs as commissioners and decide whether we want to continue to work on this project, or we want to kill it, or we want to trim it back, or what we need to do. We can't do this with vague information that we get at the last minute.
We're getting awful time on time
Commissioner Anselmi.
To do this, not to belabor this, but I will. Then who figures this out? Our construction people, or are we going to hire an architect like to do this stuff that Commissioner Crank is talking about?
Madam President, Commissioner Anselmi, it'll consist of whoever wants to be on the working group, consultation with Deputy Director Kennedy, Malone Belt and Abel, Emery Spiegelberg, who's the contract manager at risk, and myself, Lauren Wooden. And
okay, so what have we paid the architect and all these people? Can you refresh my memory on all this?
that is part of the level 1, level 2 cost. And then it's part of the construction services, correct, Lauren?
Correct, Scott. The pre-construction fixed fee of $34,450 will be Spielberg's contract.
Okay, and just one other comment, but you know, we just went over this, our expenditures for next year. We're building the lab, and it just brings to mind that office building we got in Cody. You know, we're looking at this, and we got a building up there that is in bad shape, man. That's a piece of junk, excuse me, but we got to get our priorities straight here and figure out, you know, this is a great project, and I'm with Commissioner Crank and the rest of them. Thank you.
Madam President.
Commissioner Cloud.
Quick question, Scott, on page 2 under new ADA cabins with MBA for all new constructions, 120,000. But it's got a $492,500 architectural and engineering fee attached to it. I don't know why that would jump out at anybody.
It's only $500,000.
Yeah, that's a great.
President Little, Commissioners, that $492,500 fee is the design and construction oversight fee
for Malone Belt and Able to give us a full set of design plans, and specifications.
I think I went into the wrong career.
Huh,
Wow.
okay. Guess that explains that, huh? Thank you.
And then, I'm sorry,
Commissioner Anselmi.
and I got a short memory at this age, but, I remember, there's some of the things I remember talking about, okay, those cabins are bad and we got exposed pipes. That's kind of where we started this thing, as I remember, we got to get those pipes off the ground, they're freezing and the water's bad. And man, this thing's ballooned into so I'm with Commissioner Cranky. Look at the cabins and let's look at that. Look at the dining hall and do that. I'm sorry.
Madam President,
Commissioner Crank.
that we have a resource as a state agency that I just want to make sure the department understands how important it is to use them. The state has a construction management division, and there are some incredible people in there, and they've already assigned to us a person named Ian Catalier from the state construction management. He's a contractor of long experience, understands how to build buildings, appropriate fees, stuff like that. So I just think it's critical for the department to make sure that Ian Catalier is absolutely involved both in the Laramie project as that begins construction and in this project. It's a free resource and it's a guy who's very knowledgeable in doing this. We ought to have him involved in every one of our decisions and as we go forward.
We good? Any other discussion, commissioners? If not,
Madam Commissioner, I'd like to thank Scott, though, personally. Well done and well appreciated, so.
it truly is, and thank you. I was just going to say the same thing. Probably doesn't feel like it right now, but.
Madam President, Commissioners, no, this is your project, and I hope you understand that we're passionate about it as well. So we'll do what it takes to meet your expectations. I think we've well documented them, and we'll be ready to come forward in January with what you request.
Super. Thank you so much.
Bet.
All right. And while you're up there, shall we
Madam
move
President,
on to
Commissioners, yes, the Laramie Lab project. Great news. So we closed on the property 2 weeks ago. You are now the owners of the lot that the building is going to be built on. Pre-construction meeting was held Monday, and construction started Monday afternoon. They started with grubbing off the topsoil, moving in some construction needs like porta potties and et cetera, and putting up construction fence. So look forward to updates at future commission meetings. And, if so desired, we'll be taking photos on a regular basis and could put it in a spot where it'd be easily reachable for you to view if that's what you so desire. But we're moving full steam ahead. Construction window is 16 months. There might be some variance on that with the landscaping, just so we're not planting shrubs in late spring, trees. So otherwise, 16 months from now, we should have a new building. Thanks to you.
Great. Is there any questions or discussion by the commissioners for Mr. Coffrin?
Madam President,
Commissioner Crank?
are there going to be any periodic meetings between the design team, the contractor, the department as the owner of this building, and Mr. Catalier? Are those planned into this process?
Madam President, Commissioner Crank, yes, they are. We discussed Monday, which Ian Catalier was present at the meeting and has been at every meeting. Right now, we're scheduled to have a meeting every 2 weeks, and then when the structure starts being erected, every week.
It's awesome. Thank you for doing that.
Welcome.
Further questions or discussion? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Doug Brimmeyer? Oh, Senator Burns, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. Would you, before Doug begins his presentation, is there anything you'd like to impart, any words of wisdom? You're welcome to have a moment.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I can't think of anything I'd be interested in hearing, much less anybody else.
Thank you very much for taking the time to join us.
An honest politician.
Waiting on the presentation. You're fine. I gotta pull it up myself.
Madam President, members of the commission, Director Talbot, thanks for the opportunity to present to you today. I'd like to talk a little bit about infrared surveys and some of the technology. And before I get started on it, just want to acknowledge some of the other staff. This has basically been a statewide collaboration. Trophy Game has been trying to implement some of the technique. I first heard about it probably about 5-6 years ago in the landing region, was trying to use it on sage grouse. And basically it gives you a little view of the thermal image of an animal transmits with its body heat, and you have a little better visibility of those animals in certain conditions. And so what I'd like to do is give you an overview of the technology, the methods, and then have a discussion on elk, grizzly bears, moose, and grouse, and then have a kind of wrap up with a final discussion on where we see it going in the future. And so infrared surveys use an advanced military grade camera, as you see on the side of the airplane, and it has high definition day, night, and cooled infrared imagery through the lenses that you see on the outside. It also has gimbals to keep a maximum stabilization as the aircraft is moving through the air. So basically there's very limited camera shake, except for the observer inside the cockpit is moving the camera. So this whole system is spinning around all the time, and kind of the person inside is searching on the ground for thermal images. It has an automatic laser illuminator to help with the imaging, and then inside the cockpit is a computer system that's all linked together, and of course it's georeferenced using Google Earth imagery, and so the pilot can mark points, and they have a really good idea on where they're at on the landscape as they're flying. This is what the airplane looks like. It's a substantial investment by the contractor. In this case, it's Oahe Air. It's a Cessna. They've done a bunch of work with the FAA to get approval to have any time an aircraft has something attached to the outside, they got to go through a pretty in-depth process with the FAA to get approval. And so the camera brackets and everything, the mud flaps on the wheels to keep the little splatterings and gravel from flying back on the camera, he said was actually quite a process to get the FAA even to approve that. It flies at such a high altitude above ground that it doesn't cause the typical disturbance to the wildlife. But with the 3-blade rotor, when they're flying over subdivisions, I can tell you it's still pretty loud, and the people that are in their yards and stuff actually pulled me over, hollered at me when I was going by one day and asked what we were doing flying over their homes. Even though it's 2,500 feet off the ground, it still is a little bit loud. So what the airplane does, and when you design a survey, this one happens to be west of Jackson, and so you lay out transects that the plane will be flying, and so they do a strip every 3rd mile, and the observer in the helicopter in the cockpit is kind of scanning the camera back and forth on the cameras on that little ball system where it can roll back and forth, and he's continually moving back and forth to see animals. In this study we did in 2015, we actually had them fly it twice just to see if there was a chance that they would be missing animals. And on the second flight, they only picked up a few additional animals. But on this one, you can see when he's flying, the red lines are where the aircraft was circling and going back and forth. When they'd see a group of animals, they'd kind of circle until the observer in the back of the airplane would have a good image that we could review on the ground later, or he would spend time in the cockpit counting those animals. And so in 2015, we did that survey. We came up with, it's mostly residential and urban areas along the Snake River corridor. And if you're familiar with that area west of Jackson, it's a lot of large homes, very gated communities, difficult for us to get into on the ground. When we've been there with the helicopter flying at 150 feet above the ground, we get a lot of complaints. We get, the FAA gets contacted. And so our contractors felt like some of that area is not worth flying anymore because they get complaints and then they get, the radio tower starts calling from the airport asking, what are you guys doing? And so it just causes a lot of problems. So what we felt was a good step to take was to do the infrared surveys and get a sense of what's in the urban residential areas there. We came up with 840 elk in 23 groups. On our second pass, we only picked up another 8 additional groups, and they were more or less in steeper terrain, a little more difficult to observe. So we didn't really miss that many on the first pass. So what we did this year, we went back into that area. We did a smaller area because of the distribution of the animals. We picked more to try and be a little more reduce the cost. We kind of narrowed that survey area down and did the survey again. And we came up with 721 elk in 32 groups. And when the pilot got on the ground, we revisited the video and came up with a classification. Now, the rest of this presentation is going to be a little different than what's on your tablets because we had to link some videos into it. And so you'll probably get a little better view when we get into this a little more. So in Grand Teton National Park this year, we also secured some funding to work with them. And so the park typically does a Central Valley survey every year. And the cost to the park this year was $11,800 and they counted 895 elk. They came back in while we had the infrared survey flying south of that area. And they continued that survey up into the park. And you can see the yellow lines on here are the flight path from the fixed wing airplane. And on this side, the flight path from the helicopter is a little darker green on here. And then the points that are on here, the light green, are the animals' locations where they observed them. And then on this side is the red dots where they saw animal groups from the fixed wing. So comparatively, 923 elk, 895 on this side, but it cost $13,000, so just a little over $1,000 more. Very similar numbers, but keep in mind that the fixed wing had to fly a lot more area because we thought maybe we'd pick up additional animals, and the thermal imaging would sense those animals through some of the tree canopies. And if it comes to dense tree canopies, it does not work, but in some deciduous types, some of the cottonwoods along the river, if they're more of a not a real dense cover, they do pick up the heat imaging. And so this is an image just in one of the residential areas. And so this is what a still image of the flight looks like when we get it. It's got the date stamp, the altitude that they're flying at, and the elevation of the ground. So we're at 6,200 here, 8,500 for the aircraft. So they're just over 2,300 feet above the ground that they're flying. And this is what that image looks like. So this was high definition daytime color. And then this is the thermal imaging, and you can see the difference where if you're just flying over, those animals don't really, you can kind of see bodies of animals on some of the lawns and stuff, but when you get into the vegetation, the visibility is a little different. And then this is a video image of some of the stuff there west of Jackson again. High definition. And again, they're at 2,300 to 2,500 feet above the ground. Group of cows, and this was in October. And so what we wanted to do this year was come back in, and you can see the body size differences on these animals. And then you can see this cow starts to urinate, and the heat signature that she leaves on the ground.
That's an invasion of privacy, I think, Doug.
The thing that it didn't do that well was spike bulls, and so we're still trying to evaluate that technique, but determining their presence. But you can see in some of these closed gate communities, pretty difficult for us to get in and see, but when you can come in and use the thermal imaging, it actually works quite well to pick those animals out. So pretty impressive, stable camera images from that kind of altitude. But again, in October, body size on these calves is high enough that it takes a little more time to kind of discern the difference between the two. We had some concern about different species, and you'll see this, obviously some horses. When they flew that area, they said they were pretty amazed at the number of cows that were actually in there. And if you're familiar with west of Jackson, the Snake River Ranch brings in a lot of cattle. And so they happened to still be around that area when they flew. So there was a little bit of time that they'd pick up a heat signature and then they'd have to recognize it as domestic animal right away. And then just another shot west of Jackson. Again, there's when you're just flying over, looking at just the natural colors, and then you switch to infrared, there's quite a difference in that. So in this one, you can see there's a couple images right here. And so Dan Thompson and Dan Bjornley applied this technique to some of our grizzly bear flights to see if it would help. And we can go ahead and maybe you can put your mouse on that one over there and see if it'll start. If it doesn't, we'll just wing it. But basically the bears were the same images as the rocks. So the rocks through the night or through the afternoon will hold heat, will build up heat during the day. And at night they don't cool down enough. So when the managers went back in to do a flight with thermal imaging, a lot of the rocks were also starting to be picked up. Region, Chris Baird and Jeff Short secured some money through the governor's license big game. And they basically did the same thing the Park Service did. They flew with the helicopter and Jeff and Chris in the helicopter. And then we had the contractor come in with the infrared. And basically the infrared did not pick up as many moose as our managers did. And it turns out that you can see a couple of heat signatures here, that a lot of the clumps of willows, dense willows, hold a fair amount of heat. And so the bases of the willows are real hard for them to surge through. When they get into deciduous trees like the aspens after the leaves are out, it worked reasonably well. And they had classifications on those as well that they could pick up from the infrared. This is just an imaging of, they saw with the helicopter, the blue dots, and then with the infrared, they came in and also conducted the flight. And the helicopter did a much more broader area because they were looking for elk and moose at the same time, but then they just did a comparative analysis on the and then a couple of the drainages off of the barge from the Fontenelle Reservoir. And overall, they saw 240 moose from the fixed wing or from the helicopter with Chris and Jeff in the helicopter. And the infrared flight only saw 140. And so there's some limitations in certain habitat types. Some of the future considerations we have, basically for moose, survey didn't really work that well. Willows reflect a lot of heat, and a helicopter actually observed more moose than the infrared. And again, the infrared's limited to that span of area that they can continually cover with the camera lens. And in the helicopter, you have two observers that are looking at a much broader area as they're moving. Bears, the open terrain didn't work that well. It's pretty steep terrain, was difficult. The trophy game guys would like to attempt this into some of those areas where there's more forested habitats and we don't typically see as many animals. some places like Togety and south of Togety towards DuBois and maybe down towards Pinedale, there's more forested habitats. We know there's a good density of bears there, but they're just extremely difficult to find. Trophy Game's also proposing to look at this during the winter and to evaluate the presence of radio collared lions. So fly a known drainage where there's been a lion and see if they can start using that as a census technique for mountain lions as well. Has been doing quite a bit of work on sage grouse, and they're working with USGS, and they feel that they've got a 98% detection rate on sage grouse. And so that we'll probably work with them or keep in contact with them as this progresses, as the methodology could improve. Up around Jackson, we'll continue to survey areas like those residential areas where we've got urban elk that we can't get into. Try and do some stratified surveys where if you've got radio collared animals, you can survey and then detect where those radio collared animals are, and then apply some statistical methodology to that to come up with some population estimates. Continue to work on improving our detection ability on spike bulls. And basically the survey techniques works if you have a defined area that you want to go in and specifically look. But for a true wildlife survey, it's pretty limited at this point, the technology is, because you're limited to that 1/3 mile band that they're flying. And so if we can apply some statistics to it in the future, there might be some application for it. But right now, if we just have targeted areas like urban residential areas that on level terrain, we'll try and use it. In Idaho, they've used it on bighorn sheep, and it was just really difficult to make it work. I think the steep terrain, it was too hard. They flew several surveys at 3 in the morning, and they said it still didn't change the ability to detect sheep. Pronghorn, it did work in Idaho, and on their elk surveys, when they just did a broad population survey, 45% of their elk and about 55% of the deer populations when they were surveying. So based on what they knew was in the area, and so the technologies is kind of, we're learning from it, but there's a lot of things we got to kind of continue to work on future. So,
Mr. Brimmeyer, so question, when you're talking about adding or the tracking of collared animals during these infrared surveys, is that just that you're adding the GPS tracking to the survey, or is there something to do with the infrared and collars that you're talking about?
Yeah, what Madam President, members of the commission, what we'd like to do is if you got a marked animal in an area, you do kind of a mark recite survey, and you would go through and survey for the individuals. I believe you could pick out individual animals if it's a mountain lion, for example, they're going to see a mountain lion, they're going to be able to tell through the switching back and forth from the high definition to infrared if that animal's marked.
Madam President.
Commissioner Clouda.
Doug, I think that last slide you had might answer this question, but when I'm thinking infrared and the technology today, and you pick up a heat signature, and you guys are smart enough to tell the difference between a bear and an elk and a deer and what have you. For anybody in this room, and I would ask you if you could round a number up or down as to how many grizzly bears are in Wyoming. I don't think you can answer that.
No.
I don't think anybody in this room can answer that, because that question's been asked over and over and over again. Broad thought about how many bears we have. So my thought was early on in this presentation that, well, that problem is now solved because you're going to be able to go out there with the airplane and bears are and count them up, and then we're going to have an accurate count. That's not the case, apparently. The last part of this is the survey technique works in certain areas and for some species. So as you work on the methodology to improve its accuracy, will it be able to eventually give you the ability to do exactly what we're talking about, is to go out and if you're going to survey the bears or whatever it is be able to accurately get a survey count of specific species without having, you know, like I said, the bighorn sheep, that doesn't work apparently in Idaho or wherever. And so is that technology going to improve enough to where you think it's going to work much better in the future so that when that question is asked, you can give and what you're given now?
Madam President, Commissioner Cloud, I think that technology is obviously evolving. You know, 5 to 6 years ago when Stan Harder first started looking at it for grouse, and the managers at that time felt it wasn't that good. But here we are today now with USGS and Idaho Fish and Game. They've done enough work with it that they feel they've got about a 98% detection rate. That's where the sagebrush, you know, is pretty short and the heat signature shines through. I think that there's some promise. Still has a long ways to go before that would be the case. I've done some of those flights for trophy game stuff the fall in early June. You'd just be amazed at the number of bear tracks that you'd cross when you're surveying that country. But it is so dense that there's a lot of limitations to the tech that I don't know at what point they'll be able to actually pick that up. It's going to improve for us, but I don't think it's the catch-all.
Really? That's kind of sad. I mean, I think you're talking about heat signature here, right?
Look at the geographic area too that's got to be covered and the limitations of the width. And so how many passes would that take to get to that point?
It's better than it was, I guess, just going out there.
I think the future is pretty bright for it, and that there's some improvements that can be made, and we're kind of advancing on those. And I think the contractors want to stay up to date with the current as technology changes, and so we'll hopefully that stuff will be available.
Commissioner Price.
President Little, thank you. Doug, appreciate you presenting this. I've been over there and looked at that, I guess, subdivision up through there where they're flying, and it's quite the place. And it sounds like you're planning on continuing to use this, at least for its den, and be able to do that. Is that correct?
And Commissioner Price, that is correct. We think that the visual nature of this and just showing a short little video clip like this to the public, they immediately understand that their elk are pretty well dispersed throughout that area. There's been a lot of criticisms towards the agency regarding the trend data and the Jackson elk herd. And so when you kind of portray this kind of information, it kind of helps swell some of that concern those people have.
Okay, I understand the problems you have up in that area pretty well, but thank you for presenting this and coming working on this, and it will improve.
Yeah.
Commissioner Culver.
So Doug, you gave us some costs on those transects that you did west of Jackson. Can you give us a comparative on the costs of this versus just the normal aerial observation surveys?
Generally, it's probably a couple $1,000s more, but then when you compared the data, depending on the geographic area, but just the limited area that we've done it where we conducted the survey, a few $1,000s more. And then there's some limitations to the data because when you get back to the ground, the managers have to review that data set to see what the calf ratios are. We've gone out on the ground at the same time and physically counted some of those larger groups to see what the calf ratios are. But the technique right now is spike bulls in heat signature tops of their skulls like the mature bulls. And so they're missing that right now. We can get population trend estimate, but classifications seem to be a little bit more difficult at this point.
There's very, very few contract laws.
I know of two. Currently, I think the methodology kind of evolved with thermal imaging for fires and wildland firework, and then they started and then it kind of evolved. And like I mentioned earlier, Idaho has spent quite a bit of money on it and doing their siteability work at the same time, and then determine it wasn't the catch-all. It wasn't it wasn't the answer to everything. So.
Thank you. I'm especially interested in the use of it for grouse. I think that's interesting.
So, learning thing, then you say this spike bulls are, you don't mean that they're hard to pick up the animal, just the differentiation.
Yeah. And we'll be working with the university in the future on it, seeing if this technique can be used on antelope. There was some concern that with antelope, they're so with the hollow hairs that maybe they wouldn't have the same heat signature, but Idaho's tried it on some preliminary basis, and it seems to work fairly well at night. Again, it's that flat terrain where third-mile transect or a strip that the guy's searching with the camera, he can do a pretty good job of picking stuff up. But if it starts to get a lot of relief in the terrain and the elevational changes, then I think it becomes a little more difficult for the observer in the aircraft to it's tough on bighorn sheep because they're in such rugged terrain.
Interesting. Any other questions, or Commissioner
Madam
Collado?
President, Doug, that's gathered up on these flights, like what you did west of Jackson, is that shared with the National Park Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service? Is all that information shared information?
Yes, Madam President, Commissioner Clouda. The first year that we did that in 2015, the Park Service and the Refuge were very supportive of it. The Refuge actually gave us financial assistance to help that survey technique.
So there is some cost
We're
sharing.
very excited about it.
So once again, we're not footing the whole bill for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? If not, let's move on to moose management. Favorite thing, moose.
Moose.
Okay,
The moose is loose.
Madam President, members of the Commission, Director Talbot, thanks for the opportunity to present an overview of moose management, current research, and then finally I'll wrap up with kind of our. And this presentation is very timely in that a lot of our moose populations statewide are exhibiting a wide range of population performance, and so we're pretty concerned with where these populations are going. We've got some localized decreases in some populations, and we've also got relatively stable populations in other parts of the state. Similar across all the western states. We've been working with some of the adjoining western states, and it appears that moose that are in historic habitats have some declines and have decreased some, and moose that are in more newer habitats are actually doing fairly well, or we assume that they're doing fairly well. Before we get to that, I'd like to give you a little overview of how we actually got to where we're at today. And so according to Danny Walker, state archaeologist, there's archaeological evidence of moose in Wyoming prior to the 1800s. The first example of moose in Wyoming that I came across was a book by Nick Wilson, the founder of Wilson, Wyoming, when he lived for 2 years with the Shoshone Indians along the state line. And he writes in his book about coming across moose around 1850, Teton Creek and Lee Creek, just east of Driggs, Idaho, on the state line. Also in 1872, the Hayden expedition, during their surveys in the west, took moose in Lee Creek area. So that's again in Wyoming, just east of Driggs, Idaho. So along with that expansion of moose around the turn of the century, so we actually had hunting seasons closed from 1899 to 1912. And so populations of moose started to expand, and there was a lot of interest in trying to transplant moose throughout Wyoming. And so the first one that we know of was around 1934 when they captured and crated moose in individual crates. And this, of course, is Miller Butte, just outside of Jackson on the National Elk Refuge. Those animals were individually crated, pulled by horses over to the trailhead in Victor, Idaho, where the animals were going to be loaded onto a train and then hauled to different places in Wyoming. Once they got to Victor, Idaho, they realized that some of those animals were starting to die, so they kicked some of them out. A couple of them died before limits. One animal actually did make it all the way to Cheyenne before it died on the train in Cheyenne. So then again, in the 1940s, we began Miller Butte just outside of Jackson, and they transplanted moose 4 different times to the Bighorns and 2 different times down into the northern part of Colorado. And the moose that we have in the Snowy Range now were actually animals that immigrated north out of Colorado back into Wyoming from some of these original transplants. So currently we have 10 different herd units in Wyoming, different colors on here. We have 38 hunt areas in the state. We have 7 hunt areas that are currently closed to hunting, including those around the Yellowstone region and one just right in next to the town of Jackson. Populations around 3,470 animals. That's after the hunt, so the middle of the winter. And last year we issued 390 licenses. Years ago, we started the preference point system. If you are putting in for preference points, it takes an average statewide of 15 points or 15 go hunting. But if you pick certain areas out in the state, so if you want to hunt area not 10 or 21, you can get into that area, those areas with less points. I think 10 is like 9 points. And if you're into the more popular areas, either the Snowy Range or the Bighorns, it'll take a full 21 points or 21 years to actually have that license. So we'll go through each of the herd units and give you kind of an overview of population, licenses, the trend that the managers believe they're at, and then we'll talk a little bit about the issues. Managers estimate that there's probably about 350 moose. They issue 20 any licenses and 10 antlerless. The population trend is thought to be stable, but when I say that it's thought to be stable, again, it's real hard to census an animal that's in a large geographic area. Density on the landscape, it's pretty hard to detect. So the managers have limited population data. Habitat quality is a concern, both the quantity and the use by the animals. And then there's a feeling there's some expected competition with other ungulates on the landscape between other deer and elk, and even some of the domestic grazing. They don't really know how much is being taken by all the different animals up on the forest. A little bit to the west, we've got the Absaroka herd unit, a very large geographic area, and the managers believe that there's 200 moose there. They issue 10 licenses, and they believe the population trend is stable and closed for some time now, again, because of the concerns with recruitment and predation. Overall, the area is really low in density. And again, they combined a bunch of the hunt areas a few years ago and herd units. And then the fired altered landscape or the habitat changes that have occurred because of fires is kind of one of the concerns there. Conservative season structure in that herd unit. Switching down to the DuBois herd unit, we have approximately 100 moose, 5 antlered licenses. Managers believe that declined over the last 10 years, and it's pretty stable now, but it definitely, we saw some declines there. Again, we have very limited population data. Predation's a concern from recolonizing carnivores. It's both Aleophora and ticks are a concern. Moving on to the Lander herd unit, managers have estimated it's about 150 moose. They issue 10 antlered licenses. The trend has been declining. Population's below the objective. Again, we have very limited data on the area. I think he counts real close to 100 animals there. Low recruitment, low calf-cow ratios. And so when you have really low calf ratios, you're pretty concerned about what do in the future years if you survival to add to the adult age classes. There's habitat concerns with some of the changing landscape with beetle kill and some of the fires. And then there's predation concerns and parasites there as well. Moving over to the west side, the Targhee herd unit was once one of the premier herds in the state. Most of the governor's licenses would gravitate towards Hunt Area 37. And around the 2000 to 2005, we saw that population really change. And so we combined those two hunt areas now, and we just 16 and 37 are combined for 5 licenses. It had declined, but we think that it's more stable now. It dropped to a certain level, and we think we're more stable. Very limited population data there. Recruitment of calves and cows, calf-cow ratio. Habitat conditions were a concern when we had more animals on the landscape, but with the lack of fire over there, we've seen some plant succession and the loss of some of those moose like just because of the succession of the plant communities. We also have parasite concerns, and then there's predation concerns along that state line as well. Jackson herd unit, one that I think most people are familiar with and where there's been a fair amount of research. We adjusted the objective a year and a half ago in Cody. We now estimate that we're at about 250 moose. We issued 10 licenses, and on the high end, we were issuing 495 licenses for that area, and now we're down to 10. Population has declined. It's below our objective. We're basically counting around 250 animals, and it's hard to cover the entire area. It's a pretty big geographic area, but the population seems to be pretty significantly. We know that it's got low recruitment, low calf ratios, low calf survival. Some of the research had some lower adult survival for a number of years, and that's obviously a concern. And so we've got a bunch of the areas closed right now. There's only 3 hunt areas that are open in the Jackson herd unit. Parasites, Aleophora, and predation are a concern. The sublet herd's our largest herd unit. Managers are counting real close to 1,000 animals. And we issue 180 antlered licenses and 30 antlerless. And Commissioner Crank, this will change next year. You'll see a difference in for next year. Its population has declined, but we believe it's kind of trending towards stable. Some of the studies have shown that there's low adult female survival, and we have concerns about habitat conditions and parasites, and then predation in some of the localized northern areas within that herd unit. That after riding around in the car with Commissioner Price, I found out one of the reasons the population has declined is because his family is extremely lucky and draws tags every time that they put in. So
The wife of the family. She's got 3 moose licenses.
So the Lincoln herd unit, managers are estimating that there's 775 moose. They issue 40 licenses for antlered, 10 annies. It's a declining trend to stable now. It's limited population data, concerns about damage to private land in some areas, and they've also reduced their hunter opportunity over in recent years. The Uinta herd is 300 moose. The trend is pretty much unknown because the moose are kind of right along the Uinta Mountains here, and then they drift into Wyoming on some of the drainages, and so it's not a closed herd unit that we have sole management of. They move back and forth. Herd unit, the Snowy Range, 300 moose is the estimate. Licenses are 20 any and 20 antlerless. The trend is currently unknown. We've got the research project with, we feel that it's below objective. In July, you guys, we had a discussion here about the objective, and we moved towards an actual trend count objective of 75. But managers estimate that we're at 300 for habitats there, and what that's doing for those animals. And so there's, and then parasites and disease. We've had a lot of localized population decline, some of them pretty significantly. Recruitment, and there's a lot of concerns about bringing these calves through the year. Habitat concerns and how habitat relates to the nutritional condition of moose, because if those animals are on a lower nutritional plane, I think we've heard enough from Dr. Monteith that, you know, when those animals are on a lower nutritional plane, they're less likely to be pregnant. We think that that's a pretty significant factor. Adult female survival has shown to be a concern in the Jackson herd and in sublet herd. And so is also trending that way too. That seems like adult female survival is an issue. Predation is a huge deal for those areas where we've got large carnivores, and female pregnancy rates also are a concern. And again, female pregnancy rate kind of ties back to the habitat conditions. If the animals are on a high nutritional plane, they're more likely to be pregnant. The last thing is we're all concerned about census techniques and what we can do to improve the detection of animals when they're on the landscape during our surveys. So I'll cover we'll get into the kind of the discussions we had in July on what the agency would like to see in the next few years for research. So in the 1960s, Houston, chance of surviving just because they follow the cows around. And so we adopted that no calf at side regulation on antlerless seasons. More recently, we've been working with Dr. Anderson and Dr. Lindsay in the Jackson area, and then Dr. Kaufman and Dr. Monteith now on these latest studies on around Jackson and the sublet herd in the Snowy Range. And so the other thing we've been doing is working with the western states and trying to determine what trends they're seeing and if there's things we can share with each other about habitat monitoring and populations. So I'll just cover the three current research projects that are out there, and then we'll wrap up with where the managers would like to see us go in the future. So there's three studies going on that are wrapping up now or currently ongoing. Brendan Oates has been evaluating the sublet herd for climate and predator densities and habitat conditions. Brett Jesmer's been looking at regionally, so northern Colorado, Wyoming, and northern Utah, trying to link climate, habitat, and nutrition on reproduction on the herd units. And then Alex May is working in the Snowy Range on the demography of moose and nutritional responses to beetle kill. So I'll start off with Brendan's study. So the sublet moose herd was studied, initiated in 2010, and he had 4 objectives. It was originally for baseline data prior to energy exploration, the PXP study. Evaluate the vital rates of the population, identify habitat, and then compare demographics to the Jackson herd. So compare sublet directly to Jackson and see what the differences were. So some of his results, and he's still working on some of this, observed depressed levels of survival. So those cows were dying late in the winter. The pregnancy rates were very low for moose. And he had, even though they low pregnancy rates, if they had a calf, there's a really good chance that calf would survive. Again, identify important habitats through the use of GPS collars. So when he compared sublet to Jackson, he basically found that Jackson overall was a declining trend, but it was likely that Jackson was being influenced by some habitat conditions. You may remember that the recent study up there by Janice Vartanian that showed that the 88 fires actually caused some negative effects on that population. But predation also, a top-down effect on that population would be from predation. And so Brendan's showing that Jackson has a top-down effect on the population growth, where sublet does not show the overall top-down influences from predators. It's primarily bottom-up, which is the nutritional condition those animals are in from their habitat. So, and then we move into Brett Jesmer's study, linking climate and habitat to nutrition. Brett had 3 objectives: understanding the relationship between resource limitations, basically habitat and drought, and then looking at calf ratios, pregnancy, and survival. Second objective, he wanted to create some tools such as indices as browse and nutritional condition that managers could use to kind of monitor a population. So is there a magic tool out there that we could take and give to the managers in the field, and they could go out and look at willows or fecal conditions and see fecal indices and see if that population is doing fairly well or what's going on with them. And then he wanted to explore early tools, explore tools that would give us early warnings to the declines in productivity. So we know that the Jackson herd had low pregnancy, Sublet also had some low pregnancy rates, and now we're looking at the Snowy Range, and are those tied back to habitat conditions, and what are those habitat conditions that we might be able to look at in the future? So this is a map of Brett's study area. Had the different herd units that he compared these different indices, and then he went in and looked at habitat conditions as well. So the live dead index for the amount of growth compared to the amount of dead on willow plants. Looked at kidney fat on a number of different herds, and then he also went in and picked up fecal samples to compare fecal nitrogen and fecal fiber, the digestibility. And then to monitor the reproduction or the productivity measures in the population, he looked at recruitment and pregnancy. And the pregnancy was all based on the fecal progesterone. So this is kind of a busy slide, but I'll try and flip through here really quick. But his results, current population trends are correlated to their nutritional condition, which kind of is understanding. Habitat conditions are influencing the nutritional condition of these different populations. And just picking up fecal steroids, fecal pellets, it was not a real clear indication of if the population was doing well or not. So if a moose went out that morning or that day before and ate a whole bunch of really good willows, they could pick those fecal pellets up and it would indicate that animal's on a real high nutritional plane. But when in fact, if they got that animal in hand, it was actually not all that great a condition. So the fecal steroids were influenced by what the animal had been eating recently. But the fecal progestin did detect pregnancy, and his feeling is that pregnancy is a good index for population performance. So for management implications, the measures of habitat and the kidney fat could provide us with tools for estimating the proximity of the population to carrying capacity. So is the population on the curve of being too high, or is it still on a growth and doing really well? And if populations are close to that carrying capacity, the habitat, they are sensitive to extreme weather events, either drought or extreme winter conditions. And that intuitively makes sense. And also the last thing is that fecal-based pregnancy assessments are accurate. So if we had managers go out and pick up 20 samples of fecal pellets from different individual cows, they could get a sense of what the pregnancy rate is. So fecal progestin does work to determine that. The last study is Alex May's demography of moose and nutritional responses to beetle kill in the Snowy Range. And I'll just touch on this. So again, the Snowy Range areas 38 and 41. It's a unique study just because of the extensive beetle kill that's in that area. And the population moved in from North Park, Colorado, and repopulated Wyoming. And it's thought to be doing well, but based on the first couple years of the study, we're a little bit concerned about the pregnancy and the recruitment. It's extremely popular hunt area. Again, it takes like 21 points to hunt here. And most of our governor's license, moose license holders will go either to the Bighorns or this area to hunt. So Alex had 4 objectives: evaluate the population relative to the carrying capacity in the Snowy Range, evaluate our current harvest, determine how widespread the tree death may be impacting the moose, and then what habitat use strategies are best for survival and reproduction. So if cows that are having live calves are on a higher nutritional plane, are they selecting for certain types of habitats that may be putting them at that better nutritional level? So just, and Alex's study is still ongoing, and so we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But some of his preliminary results, his adult survival is only 68.5%. And so that gives us a lot of concern, because you can't have that level of mortality continuously and expect that population to stabilize or increase. In early 2004, there was a previous study here that had 91% pregnancy, and you can see that now we're at 77% in 2015 and 85 in 2016. So again, if this population is approaching that carrying capacity, or if the landscape has changed enough from beetle kill that those animals aren't on a higher nutritional plane, we would see that pregnancy start to decline. And so there's some real concerns here. And so Alex is going to continue to work on this study. And a couple of questions he's going to be looking at is, how does the environment influence moose behavior and productivity? And as these environments continue to change, how do we expect moose to respond, and how can we manage these changes? And so if you remember, in July, we had discussions about the moose objectives specifically for the Snowy Range. And there was a discussion about what do we need to do to continue to learn about the Snowy Range. And so we asked the managers to get together and kind of come up with some future objectives. And what we'd like to discuss with you guys today is a potential budget for a 1 year to extend this research 1 more year. And then we would come back to you the following years for subsequent years of study. And we believe that the objectives that the managers came up with, we could answer some of these objectives with another 3-year study. And what we'd like to request from you guys is a 1 year study or 1 year funding to implement this. And then we would come back again next year and give you an overview of things and summarize where we're at, and then potentially see where we can go from there. So here's the objectives that we came up with, is to assess cause-specific mortality. And again, this is following up on our July discussions at the Pinedale Commission meeting. Assess the cause-specific mortality, continue evaluation of habitat use to understand the balance between thermal regulation and forage. And basically, as we lose the forest canopy, a lot of things are changing on the landscape. And so we want to understand thermal regulation, because those moose will be seeking out more dense stands that are still remaining in the area. We'd like to monitor annual survival of adults, recruitment of young, and continue collection of fat indices from harvested animals, and measuring willow conditions. Assess riparian habitats and effects of snow compaction by recreational snowmobiling. Initiate part of a larger effort to implement population modeling statewide. So if we can learn something here, can we apply it to other herd units in the state for modeling? And then what we'd like to request is, again, this is a 3-year projection, but what we'd like to request from the commission for you to entertain a decision on is the proposal to radio collar another 30 animals, and then maintain those satellite collars, and then also fund another student and the expenses associated with a student. And that total project cost would be $149,595 to start this study out for this year. And then I've got one more herd unit to move through on potential research, and then we can go into some questions if you'd like. The other study the other geographic area that was discussed in July was, what are we doing with the bighorns, and are there research needs there? And so we do have a number of objectives there, and we would like to also have the commission consider potential funding of a research project in the bighorns. Bighorns, again, it's another premier moose herd for the state, has a lot of attention. It takes about 21 preference points to acquire a license there. And initial objectives for this area include evaluate the population performance, and then evaluate seasonal range use, because so little is known of the moose that inhabit the bighorns, is collar enough animals and start learning about the habitats that they're selecting for. And there is some interest in also using this money as a baseline to partner with other agencies such as the Forest Service to start looking at other other habitat issues that are on the landscape. And so the money would be, with the two objectives, would give us a baseline to start with, and then we'd also start looking with to partner with other agencies. So in this study, we'd like to collar 40 animals with GPS store on board collars, and then the capture costs, and then follow up monitoring on those collars. And then there would be a student and expenses associated with that student. And this study would be $190,000, and again, it would be 40 collars. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions, and I may seek some help from other folks in here that can help me answer anything you may have.
We do have someone, just FYI, we do have someone from the public. I have a blue slip on it. So, but for now, let's start with asking Doug any questions we might have for him. Commissioner Price.
Doug, this one study isn't that a continuation that we asked you to do?
Yes.
Because we had the collars on the moose already and it was going to end. We said, let's get some more information while we got those collars on the moose.
Can we put that back up? Yes, Madam President, Commissioner Price, can you go to the last slide? And I'll just back up to the budgets. So the Snowy Range was a continuation, and it was direct request from the commission at the July meeting. And what we did was develop some objectives that would help us to answer and monitor that population for a couple more years. And again, we're just asking for this next year to initiate this part of it. And so there's no capture costs with it this year because it's a continuation. And Dr. Monteith will be going in and capturing all the radio collared animals and then replacing those radio collars with the satellite collars. That'll give us more of an opportunity to look at cause specific mortality. And that was part of what you guys had asked us in July.
Well, at this point, I wanted to make sure that we were talking about that, and this was what we asked for this. And
it is.
And beyond that, why you're asking for an expansion to get more information on the other herds. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So if I might provide clarification, in July, there was a lot of discussion relative to the Snowy Range. And then after the Snowy Range, we also had discussions about, well, what are you doing in the Bighorns? Because the Bighorns was also the big unknown for us. And so the Snowy Range is the primary one that we're asking for, but there was interest also in a potential budget for the Bighorns. And so we wanted to provide you with both budgets so you could have an expectation on what it would do to help us get at those unknowns.
As a follow-up, I think I'd maybe correct you a little bit. I think we asked for the Snowy Range extension.
Okay.
If I remember right, or at least we're agreeable to it there, and I just thought we understand that.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Price, we also asked them to put together a proposal for the Bighorns.
Right.
Commissioners, Commissioner Anselmi.
Doug, how does he catch him without the helicopter to change the colors?
So Dr. Monteith has been part of his study objectives for the initial part of that study is to get a hold of those animals and then assess body condition. And so he's already got that built into his budget to capture those animals.
That's in that budget.
And then while he's handling them, that was going to be the end of his study is to capture those animals this spring. And while he's got them in hand, he'll just put new collars on them.
There's quite a difference in the price of the GPS are $2,500, and I can't remember what the other ones are.
Yeah, so
$1,700 a copy. The ones that are just on board.
Yes.
On board means what? You get them when they drop them, or how's it work?
No, Madam President, Commissioner Anselmi. So the difference being is that the live satellite collars give us up-to-date information when that animal dies, where the other collars for the Bighorns are store on boards, and so they're quite a bit cheaper. And so they store a location however we program it. So every 3 hours for 2 years, that collar will be collecting fine scale data. The other ones are just going to give us, if you bring your computer up, you can load up and look at where those animals are. And then as soon as one dies, we'll know, and then we can get somebody to the field. And so the snowy range collars would be more expensive because of that.
So what's the other collars? What do they do?
They're just like your GPS unit that you have.
Those are
when you're
real
hunting,
time. You
because
pull
you
that
can
one
just-
up on your computer too, or not?
No, not until you retrieve the collar. So the
So
collars
3 years
have
later,
a-
you get the collar, and then you figure out what's going on.
Yes, that's correct.
Commissioner Culver?
So in the snowy range, our initial study had the store on board collars.
Yes.
And then we became concerned about the high adult female mortality. We're switching over to the GPS collars. In the Bighorn study, we're going to the store on board collars. Are we going to run into the same thing and think maybe in the future we should have done GPS collars instead? And what would it cost to upgrade that now?
Let's go back to that. There's 10 additional animals here. I guess it would be a fairer increase. It'd be probably $30,000 more by the time you do the
40 times 800 is $32,000. Yeah.
Wow. And that includes the uplink fees too.
It's 2 bookcases from the conservation camp, but anyway.
But we digress.
So I'm kind of stepping in here on Commissioner Culver, but so you're already, the upload fees, which were under uplink fees, sorry, are per collar. Okay, so that would increase as well.
and
That's in addition to the 2,500. Yeah, yep. Okay, I see that.
But again, we don't have the capture cost for this study in the first year, and so that's the primary difference between, well, there's 10 more animals in the bighorns than there is in the snowy range, and so the costs are a little bit higher because of capture costs and the 10 additional collars.
So if you started with the collars that you have planned in the bighorns, would part of that study, the intention of that study, be to recapture them again and do some, I know it was in this one, and that's why you don't have the capture
Yeah.
fees.
Our plan is not to go in and recapture those multiple times. We want to assess their body condition on the initial capture. And then if we need to go back and do fecal samples and things and look at forage kidney fat and live dead index on willows, that'll be potentially part of the study.
Well, so I think it's awesome if you don't have to capture them again, because I think that's very stressful on an animal. So I guess my concern a little bit is if you can collect more data off of the GPS radio collars, isn't it kind of worth starting there?
Well, on the live satellite collars, and maybe Scott can help me out. On the satellite collars, they don't have the storage level to have the frequency of data points collected.
Okay.
So it's a little bit lower frequency, but on the store on boards, you can actually have a fair amount of data collected, and then you just have to get the collar back in hand before you can retrieve that data. But it's a lot finer scale. Is that correct?
Madam President?
Commissioner Crank.
So we got like Cadillac collars in the snowy range, and we're going to use Ford collars in the bighorns.
Excuse me?
Why? I mean, why wouldn't we have Cadillac collars in the bighorns? It looks like it would be about another 50 grand.
30, yeah.
So again, when you're looking at Commissioner Crank and Madam President, when you're looking at habitat use, sometimes it may be more important to have a little finer scale data collection that gives you an indication of the animal's frequency of use of different habitats. And the satellite collars are going to be a little bit lower frequency, so it won't be the same fine scale.
So there's a good reason why you're picking Ford collars in the bighorns.
Expense and frequency of data.
Well, you don't get any data for 3 years, right?
That's correct.
And the other one, you get data
Daily.
daily.
Commissioner, oh,
Madam
go ahead.
President, thank you.
Yes, you may.
Commissioner Craig, one other difference. So one of the things that we'd like to investigate further on the snowy range is the adult survival. And so by having that real-time information with the more expensive GPS collar, we're able to get into that mortality signal as quick as possible.
And do like a necropsy.
And do a necropsy and kind of investigate further why our adult female moose are dying. So that's one of the reasons we want to go with the more expensive live satellite collar in the snowy range as compared to the bighorn study, where we're trying to build our base of information. And we feel like we can get that kind of base with the more traditional GPS collar. So that's kind of the big difference here.
So, Madam President, if I
Yes,
might,
Commissioner.
in a perfect world, would you have Cadillac collars in the bighorns? Is it just a cost thing that you're doing it, or is there, sounds like there's a legitimate reason why you want those collars? I'm trying to give you an extra 50 grand here is what I'm trying to do.
Okay, in a perfect world, yes, we would go with both studies having the same type of collar.
Madam President.
I've got Commissioner Culver ahead of you.
You know, I think my question's been answered, but I guess they don't make a store on board computer that also would send a mortality signal, do they?
Commissioner Culver and Madam President, they do, but the collar has to be monitored. And so when the budget was included additional monitoring costs, and so you have to be in the air to determine if that collar is transmitting a mortality.
So
It sends a different signal out after 4 to 6 hours.
You would have to do a flyover every so
Yeah.
many.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Now-
so if you only have one flight every month, you're only going to detect those mortalities once a month.
My concern is that we're going to find out 3 years down the road that we've lost 30-40% of our adult females, kind of like we did in the snowies.
And then wonder why
And,
they died.
and then we start over with our study. We want to avoid that. We don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish here, so.
Commissioner Anselmi.
Those guys down south of Rock Springs are using those, the more expensive collars, and it's pretty slick. They get a mort signal and they go out there that day and they find out whether that fawn was killed by predation or starved to death or it got hung up in a piece of sagebrush. It's pretty cool that figuring out how they die, what they're dying of.
Okay, and so while I kind of got this started by my question in this discussion, I'm now getting the feeling, though, that you've made a specific choice on these collars, not just about the savings, but because of the type of information that you're looking for.
Yeah, Madam President, it was a combination of the two. We wanted to keep the overall budget down because we knew that there was interest in the snowy range first and foremost, and that we wanted to keep the overall initial start cost down so that it wasn't a real sticker shock. But there is a benefit to keeping the store on boards, but there's benefits and trade-offs for each.
Carrie.
Commissioner Price.
President Little, I'm going to make a suggestion. It looks like you're balancing all one way or all the other. And there seems like there is an interest in maybe getting some live data from these callers. Is there a chance it would be worthwhile to split them? Would that get you the information that you need in both situations? The mortality, where you can go in and see what killed that animal, and then also the fine data that the store on board callers have there. So rather than go all one way or all the other, particularly up in the big horns in there, maybe split those callers. It would increase the cost some, but it would give you two pieces of information that you may be useful. And this may solve Commissioner Culver's question, is finding things out and maybe you had to go back and find some mortality data. That's a suggestion.
Commissioner Culver.
Can I put Tim Thomas on the spot here? Tim, in your study, do you plan on looking into the interactions of human disturbance, winter-caused human disturbance on the moose population at all?
Madam President, Commissioner Culvers, that is one thing that we would eventually like to get to, yes.
And-
The GPS collars would get us there quicker than the store on board.
Okay, that answers what's your preference for collars, Tim?
I think as Doug mentioned, there are trade-offs on each one. I think the satellite collars would get us down the road quicker and answer more questions than just the store on board eventually, but there are some trade-offs on both.
So what's your preference?
If I could drive a Cadillac, I'd probably drive a Cadillac. So.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Commissioner Rael.
Doug, just for my own peace of mind, would you be able to obtain a spreadsheet or information and go back as far as you can? I don't know, maybe 2000 or something like that, to give an idea what the herds were like back then and what the decline is from back then? I mean, would it be possible without overwhelming you with work?
No, we could generate something like that. Do you have a thought on what years you would like to see?
I'd like to see from 2000 on, actually from 1996 on, when they, we know why. I'd like to see what that trend is on the western side.
Madam President and Commissioner Rail. So the JCR database that we have, we can pull that information up relatively quick. The data set that would have to be kind of tempered with that is that when we started going to trend counts over population estimates, and so we'd probably have to look at it a little closer, because there's some of those herds like Jackson, for example, where we had population estimates, and then in July commission meeting in Cody, we went to a trend count. And so some of that stuff would be, we'd have to look at that a little closer, but we certainly can pull it up.
I appreciate that.
Commissioner Clouda.
Madam President, Doug, is it a fair statement to say, based on this presentation and looking at all those herd units and everything that's going against them or working against them, that the Wyoming moose population is at an apex, and it at any time could go one way or the other? In other words, we could start a fast decline, maybe faster than what it is now, or we could start a slow, steady recovery. Is that a close statement to maybe being close to right?
Commissioner Clouda, Madam President, I think that's a fair assessment, that we're kind of at a point where.
So it would be my thought that as the commission moves forward into the next year and today, it's my belief that we have started with some specific things that we have done with our deer population, with working groups and trying to improve our deer herds and find out what's wrong and start working on that. And my recommendation is that we at least let the reins out a little bit and give Doug and his group pretty much what they need in order to work with this moose population to keep them from tipping over from the top of that apex over to the bad side. And that would be my only recommendation. I think that rather than arguing about $500, I think we need to, you people obviously have vetted this beyond what we could ever vet it here, and you know what you need. I just would encourage the commission going forward that we allow you and all of the folks that you work with to do what you can to try to get a handle on the moose herds and make them tip the other direction. That's more of a statement than a question. So thanks.
Madam President, are you ready for a motion?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
But thank you for offering up. Commissioner Crank, do you have
I have a question. I'm going to ask probably the stupidest question ever asked at a commission meeting. But is anybody, I have a place and we have a little creek and a beaver pond. And about every 2 or 3 years, the beavers totally destroy the willows and then they move on. And then you have all this young willow growth that comes back, and then they come back eventually and they build another dam. And I have them for 2 or 3 years. Has anyone ever pondered, is there a relation somehow there? I mean, I would assume young willows are better for moose than old growth willows.
Yes. Commissioner Crank, Madam President, there's been a number of habitat studies that show that those younger willows, but if you have a real high density of moose, if you go past Black Rock Ranger District in Jackson, you can see off the north side of the road what was always called the moose pasture, because in the early 90s we burnt that and the young willows came up, and every year it was just the moose would just camp on it, and they actually suppressed the willows to the point that there's always a real low, shallow growth of willows. And now, since that population has declined significantly, the willows have taken off and have come back. So there's a real attraction for animals. And in a general sense, yes, we've looked at that. I'm not familiar with specific studies, but they certainly are attracted to it.
Okay, we actually have someone from the public. We can always have Doug come back, but if you'd like to.
I'd like to go ahead.
All right. But I mean,
No, this is.
you have a question for Doug?
No, the comment, I think you'd have to go back almost into the late 70s, early 80s to get the apex of the moose population, and rather than to the 90s, because that's where we had the large number of moose. And then they went into decline, and were declining somewhat, but then we got into the 90s where we got the moose, or the wolves, and then in the areas where those wolves recolonized, then there was a precipitous decline in those areas. So when Commissioner Rail asked for that information, you know, particularly over in Sublet, we had like 2,500 moose in that area. And sure, there is popping them over pretty regular. So,
But it wasn't you and your family.
that was not me. He was a neighbor.
All right. Doug, thanks. We'll recall you here in a few minutes. But we have Bernie Bornong, a resources staff officer from the Bighorn National Forest. Thank you for coming.
Madam President, Commissioners, Director Talbot, thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak to you in support of expanding the moose project onto the Bighorn National Forest. And I will be primarily speaking about the advantages we see from the aspen and willow habitat side of this study. We know for sure on the Bighorn, from looking at past aerial photos and other data, that willows and aspen have been declining over decades on the National Forest. And that's of a special concern to us because they occupy only a small amount of the landscape. The aspen's maybe 1% of our total forested landscape, and willows are in the low single-digit percents. But, you know, they have, you know, disproportionate ecosystem value because of the habitats that they do occupy and provide. So we're really concerned about the aspen and willow condition on the Bighorn. And there's a variety of factors. Willow browse and aspen browse is one of the factors. We know there's others, but anything we can learn about the browse pressures on these species will be advantageous to us in our management. And we have been trying to study this question for a number of years. We've been doing a lot of browse studies on willow and aspen. In the last few years, we've particularly dug into the question on the south end of the Bighorn National Forest. We've been working in conjunction with our game and fish habitat biologist partners, and the Lake DeSmet Conservation District got involved with us last summer to help fund some of the willow browse studies that we've been doing. Just from last year's study, I mean, we found up to 100% browse levels on the New Year's leaders growth on many of the transects that we were looking at last year. So there are a lot of impacts. We think this study can really complement what we've been doing. It'll add to our knowledge of, you know, how much browse pressure there is on these species and how we might think about managing that. And I would like to get to that point too here at the end to wrap this up. You know, I mean, the research is nice, but so what? What are we going to do with it? And I'd just like to give you two specific examples of how we'd be using it to help inform our management decisions. You know, from the aspect of how we manage livestock grazing on the forest and our permitted livestock grazing. Permitted livestock grazing numbers have been declining on the Bighorn National Forest since the 20s. We're constantly trying to find that right balance between providing our multiple use mission of providing for livestock grazing, and yet at the same time providing for the habitat and other uses on the forest, hunters and fishermen who use the animals and fish that use those habitats. And so any information we can get and help and inform us and all the collaborators we work with on making those decisions will be valuable to us. And a second example of a project where we think this study can help us is, and this project I think is really exciting. It's just in its infancy. It's the Buffalo Municipal Watershed Restoration Project. This project is being started under the auspices of the Governor's State Task Force on Forests recommendations. And at the present time, the Wyoming Water Development Office has a pretty large fire risk study going on in that Buffalo Municipal Watershed area. But we moved our vegetation management planning schedule around so that we could get our vegetation management plans in sync with the recommendations from this study that's due for the Wyoming Water Development Office in December. And one of the exciting aspects of this landscape restoration in the Buffalo Municipal Watershed is that there's a lot of aspen restoration opportunities there. We've been out with the game and fish habitat biologists. The Wyoming Wildlife Federation's been out there looking at that with us, and just it's obvious on the landscape that there used to be a lot more aspen there 100 years ago after a series of large fires around 1900, and those aspen have been overtaken by the conifers in this ensuing century. And so anything that we can learn from this study about the browse pressures and how better to manage and ensure our success when we do this aspen restoration and trying to get that back on the landscape is going to be a great benefit, not only to us, but all those other partners that'll be working on that watershed, municipal watershed restoration project. So I would stop at that point, and if there's any questions, or I can definitely say from the standpoint of the Forest Service, we believe that'd be a big benefit to both us and those partners we work with.
Are there any questions for Mr. Commissioner Anselmi?
Do you have any money to put into the study?
For the study part, I'd have to think about that, especially in the short term. I mean, that's possible. I've been spending a lot of time exploring the opportunities for the implementation later on, and I think there's some great possibilities on that end, but I think it's possible.
I agree with you. The
study.
implementation, we do all these studies and they just sit on the, on a shelf somewhere. It looks to me that the willows is what, and Mother Nature has had a lot to do with that the last 12 years as far as, drought and willow growth, but I see it like Commissioner Crank at my place. I got young willows and I come back in the spring and the moose have grazed them off, and that's great. That, I don't have any, but you get 12 years of drought and you don't have any growth in your willows. And I don't, as far as your ideas with livestock grazing, I guess you can study all of that too, but Mother Nature is a big part of this, and implementing it later. I think that's what we want to see when we do these studies.
Well, just a couple thoughts there. Right now I haven't talked with Tim about directly putting money into it at this point, but we do have money and plans over the next 2 years to continue that willow browse study that we've been doing in association with our game and fish partners in the Lake Desmet Conservation District. So I see no reason why, as we collaborate on how this study might be, look at the browse issues, why we can't
collaborate on the next one.
Well, and even we can adjust our study that we're doing over the next 2 years as I think flexible enough that there's possibilities of reprioritizing it to fit with this one. So, there might be that, and then we could look for other sources too. I don't know of those right now, but would you like a little bit more of some of the thoughts we have on the implementation side of it, or it's up to you?
I think so.
So
thank you.
We're looking at about a 2-year NEPA planning process for this. So we're looking at implementation in about year 2019, 2020, and 2021. And one of the, I think, really exciting funding sources that the Bighorn National Forest is not tied into in the past is called the Joint Chiefs Landscape Restoration Project. And for the Buffalo Municipal Watershed, the objectives of the Landscape Restoration Project fit perfectly. It's watershed restoration, fire and fuels risk mitigation, and ecosystem restoration. And that project has all those components. And we are finding that the collaborative benefits of working under the auspices of the Governor's State Task Force on Forests, the collaborative structure set up under that by getting all the partners together, such as the Wyoming Water Development Office right now funding that fire and fuels risk mitigation study, will allow us to compete really well for that Joint Chiefs money. And there's some substantive amounts of money available through that. So we're optimistic that we're going to be able to fund a significant amount of aspen restoration, and we might be able to think of some willow restoration projects too.
And Commissioner Anselmi, I think I'm taking from Mr. Bjorn's comments about the grazing. He's pointing out that the grazing has declined by livestock people since the 1920s. So that's why he's so interested in obtaining some information on the grazing habits of wildlife, because he's seeing decline, and it maybe it's coming from elsewhere, and they want to try to make some plans on how to circumvent that. So I think that's why we're talking about the wildlife end.
Yes, yeah, Madam President, that's correct. We know from our studies from last year, it's all the ungulates browsing on the willows and aspen that's having an impact. And it's a matter of finding that right balance. And so to the degree we can learn more about that and have our collaborators working with us on informing that, between having a desired condition on the vegetation, but providing for a multiple use mandate too, is the spot we're trying to seek.
Well, and I'm like Commissioner Anselmi. It thrills me to no end to think that the work that the Game and Fish Department is doing isn't sitting on a shelf somewhere, and that other organizations are using that information.
Mm-hmm. We can see a definite benefit.
Okay, great. Are there? Oh, no, you're welcome. Do you have, no. Are there any other questions for Mr. Bjorn? Thank you very much for attending today and your comments.
Thank you.
What did you say to me?
No,
Did I miss?
No, we're good.
All right.
Madam President, members of
Yes.
the Commission, Director Talbot, if we split the Bighorn budget so that we did 20 GPS store on boards and 20 satellite collars, we could probably satisfy some of the concerns regarding this, and it would add about $24,000 to the overall budget. 23,000, sorry. So.
Well, I love the idea. I love Commissioner Price's idea of splitting them, because I can sense that you have certain information that you feel is received by the different types, and why lose anything, by a full decision. So I actually think that's an excellent idea, just myself.
And then the staff could adjust those objectives of the study too, to incorporate a cause-specific mortality component into those objectives. So, because of the satellite uplink collars would have that early notification.
Right. So, gentlemen, I think what we're being asked today is just to consider approving the recommendations for the 17 budget. And that's what we're faced with today. And so Commissioner Culver.
If you'll finally
is
let me make my
chomping at
motion.
the
Gee. Okay, so I will move that the commission authorize the expenditure for both of these studies as requested, but I'm going to add the caveat that we will add $50,000 to the Bighorn study for the upgrade of the collars. Now, and I'm going to clarify the reason I'm doing it that way. That is going to give the Game and Fish the opportunity to think about whether they want to split those collars or go with the Cadillac version on all of the animals. And if you choose to split the collars, that's fine with us. That's a savings to us. But this gives them the option of going with the Cadillac collars on all of the animals.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. So I have a motion by Commissioner Culver to accept the figures as presented plus 50,000, and a second by Commissioner Clouda. Sherry, we're good? Any further discussion, commissioners? Commissioner Price.
I think this suggestion that Keith has made, Commissioner Culver's made, excuse me, that giving them the option is important because I gathered that some of the discussion, those store on board callers give the information that is valuable to them on that. Now, at the same time, the satellite callers can yield information of particularly death type thing, which I think may turn out to be important. That was pretty important over there in that sublet study, is where they died, and particularly when, because then they could look at them on that. But I fully support Commissioner Culver's motion. Thank you.
Further discussion? All right, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Yeah, we surprised you.
Go catch the moose, Doug.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. What do you think of those apples? So 5 till. Please return. or Ms. Cole, for being prepared.
President Little, members of the commission, Director Talbot, the department has received one application for this commission meeting for your action to appoint a licensed selling agent. The application was received from Altitude Outdoors, which is located in Commissioner Price's district in the town of Afton. And the local game warden, Warden Hobbs, did an evaluation and on-site visitation. And from his observation, this business sells all types of hunting, fishing, camping equipment, and they qualify with 50% or more of inventory to qualify as a sporting goods vendor. So the department would request the commission appoint this business as a licensed selling agent.
Questions, commissioners? Comments from Commissioner Price, since that's in your area?
I support it.
All right, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion that we, you can't think of the name now, but we go ahead and I give them the
So we have,
authority to issue licenses.
so we have a motion from Commissioner Price to accept the recommendation for Altitude Outdoors in Afton, Wyoming. Second by Commissioner Anselmi. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Deputy Director Smith. That was kind of fun to say.
I hear you get tired of hearing that.
Madam President, Commissioners, Director Talbot, I have a quick agenda item this morning dealing with low altitude aircraft operation. We would like to offer a change to the existing policy number V5D. And as you see in your notebook, this is a pretty simple modification we'd like to recommend for this policy. Traditionally, we've gone with a strict horsepower rating standard for approving aircraft that we use for our surveys. As Mr. Brimmeyer showed earlier, we typically use either fixed wing aircraft or helicopters. And what we found more recently is the FAA, in consultation with the FAA, they have also gone away from a strict horsepower rating and use more of what we have recommended here. It's called the performance standards. And specifically, a performance standard looks at altitude, temperature ranges, plus the load that you're putting into this aircraft. And they have these specific performance standards for each individual aircraft. So we are recommending that we switch from just going with a straight horsepower threshold to these performance standards, one for fixed wing and one for helicopters. And basically that's what you see as the edits to this policy under number 3A for fixed wing. You'll see there that we ask for performance charts that demonstrate the aircraft is sufficient to accomplish the mission considering altitude, temperature, load to be carried, and the duration of flight. The load calculation will include the weight of the pilot, the observers, safety equipment, gear, and enough fuel to accomplish the survey with a reserve of 30 minutes. So all of those would be factored into whether or not that specific fixed wing aircraft could accomplish our survey for the day. And it's felt like that's a more proactive and safe way to assess the ability of that aircraft to conduct the survey. For helicopters, very similar. As you can see, they're under 3A. Very similar standards other than, in this, it's called out of ground effect And again, this is simply for that specific helicopter. Each model has what they call a hover chart that will demonstrate the capability of the survey work at altitude without exceeding weight limitations for the aircraft. So in essence, we're asking that we propose, Madam President, that we modify this existing policy to adopt these new standards as recommended by the FAA.
Deputy Director Smith, I have a question for you, and this doesn't even involve any of your changes.
Okay.
And this is just a gaining of knowledge because I have the opportunity to ask the question. Could have done it on the side. But so I was just curious on the helicopters where you had before and are still have a minimum seating for a pilot and two passengers. And I just wondered, I mean, and I was trying to think back when I was able to participate in a translocation, whether that of the bighorn sheep, whether that, I'm assuming that helicopter must have had, it would look too small to have 3 people in it, but maybe it wasn't. And I just wondered if there was a reason, you know, why, I mean, because you wouldn't probably always have 3 people in there.
Madam President, Commissioners, it's most efficient to have at least 2 observers in addition to the pilot in a helicopter. We do not want the pilot to have to participate in the observation of the wildlife. So we found that it's most efficient to have 2 observers so that each side of the aircraft can be visually monitored while the pilot's flying. So that's why we recommend the minimum of seating for 2 in addition to the pilot.
Safety feature and
efficiency.
Efficiency, thank you for the word. Just curiosity, I knew there wasn't. Any other questions?
I do have a question. Scott, this is important stuff. You know, I think low altitude flying is probably one of the most dangerous positions we put our people in, if not the most dangerous. So this is important stuff. How do you, on this policy, I think this is the 2nd time in my tenure that we've updated it, or you've been asked to update it. How do you work up these updates? Do you have people that you work with? You mentioned the FAA, but what assurance can you give us that you're taking everything into consideration as far as the safety of our employees? And do the employees that actually do the flying have a chance to look at this and add input before you bring it to the commission?
So, Madam President, yes. Commissioner Culver, in this case, I relied on Mr. Brimmeyer to help us do the background work, actually reach out to the FAA and find out and talk to other helicopter operators about this change specifically to this policy. So I did, in this instance, reach out to one of our experienced field managers to help us craft this revision. It's incumbent upon the Deputy Chief of Wildlife. It's one of the major duties of that position, is to make sure that we stay current and keep this low altitude policy up to date as much as possible. That position reviews every application that comes to the department, not only for qualifications as the pilot, but qualifications for the aircraft. So every year when the contracts are revisited, that position goes through and makes sure the pilot's qualified and the helicopter meets our standards. And what we ran into was there's one helicopter out there that did not meet the minimum horsepower requirement that we had previously listed. And when I asked Mr. Brimmeyer to start looking into that, this is when we found that the FAA actually had basically changed their recommendations on what the most prudent way to evaluate the safety and operational capacity of both fixed wing and helicopters. Therefore, we just obviously decided we need to update our standards too. So a long answer to a very, very good and specific question, but yes, Wildlife Administration did utilize the expertise of our field personnel making this recommendation.
And other field personnel had an opportunity to review this and give input?
No, not as a whole.
Okay, Madam President.
Commissioner Clouda.
I guess to tag on to what you've said, Scott, is maybe for Commissioner Culver's information, I've sat in at least 2 that I can remember, regional meetings with everybody involved with aircraft flights in the region. And I can tell you that sitting there for 4 hours, listening to the discussion about keeping themselves safe, I felt fairly good that they all understood what the risks were, and they understood everything they needed to do to minimize the risk, right down to telling the pilot he wasn't going to take the plane off the ground or the helicopter. They had that authority to do that.
Correct,
so I think that although it's, like I said, it's a crapshoot going up in, I mean, you're not going to get me up in one of them things, but I think that the department and the region and those airplanes, I believe, and I'm sure that Doug
our busy flight season, which we're about to enter, we mandate that everyone that's going to fly participate in the annual safety meeting, where we review anything that may have happened the year before, and then revisit all of the protocols that our personnel are supposed to go through prior to conducting a flight. And upon reflection of your question, we did vet this through our coordinator group. So our wildlife management coordinators all reviewed Doug's information that he researched and provided. But as far as your question, how wide a net did we cast? It was limited to the management coordinators.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Then I would entertain a motion on the department's recommendation for changes to their low altitude aircraft operation standards.
Commissioner Little, I make the motion that we adopt the change or modification to our aircraft standards that's been presented.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Price, seconded by Commissioner Clouda to accept the recommendations of the department. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Madam President, if I could, and Commissioner Clouda, I'm sorry, Commissioner Culver.
Don't make that mistake again, please.
I will ensure that this is added into the safety briefing that we do annually, so that everyone's fully aware of what the ground before they take off in either a helicopter or fixed wing. That it is now incumbent upon the pilot to produce that information to make sure that the survey for that day is going to be meet these requirements and can be safely conducted.
And it just strikes me that we have so many people out there that have logged so much flight time and have so much experience that it wouldn't hurt to err on the side of caution and get their input before we, in the future, approve things like this. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Director Smith, I believe you are introducing the next agenda item as well.
Did we vote?
Yes, we did.
We vote? How did I miss them?
I think prairie dogs are next, I believe. I think prairie dogs are next, aren't they?
Yes, I just had down that Deputy Director Smith was going to introduce this. If not, awesome.
Okay.
Madam President, members of the commission, Director Talbot, just by way of a little review, back in January of 2012, the commission passed a policy that addresses any prairie dog translocations in the state must be brought in front of this body to be approved. And so what we have today is Ms. Nicole Rubeck. She'll present to the commission a request to translocate prairie dogs on the Antelope coal mine property. So Nicole.
Hello, thank you for having me come. I'm Nicole Rubeck. I work with ICF International. I'm here on behalf of Cloud Peak Energy's Antelope Mine. I do the wildlife consulting for them. And as he said, I'm here to talk about the prairie dog translocation project that we do on their property in order to create mountain plover habitat. I thought I'd start with giving you a little bit of background on the Antelope Mine. It started operating in the early 1980s, and it lies in both Campbell and Converse counties. It lies in the very southern part of Campbell and the very northern part of Converse County. In 1989, approximately 1,988 acres of mountain plover use area was defined within and around that property. And in 2002, the Fish and Wildlife Service required that the mine restore 160 acres of mountain plover habitat. And because that was part of the mine's mitigation plan, it then became a requirement in their Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality permit too. A little history on the mountain plover. They prefer areas with very low vegetation, bare ground. They eat mostly beetles, grasshoppers, and ants. They have twice been proposed to be listed as a federally threatened species. The most current one was withdrawn by the Fish and Wildlife Service in May of 2011. Wyoming's current population is about 3,400 individuals, and Colorado and Wyoming represent the largest apparent breeding population for this species. As for the population at the Antelope Mine, most of the plovers that we see do occur in the prairie dog colonies. Depending on the year, we see anywhere from 0 to 13 broods, 2 to 5 pairs, and when the plovers start flocking together to head south, we can see up to 20 birds in a group. 100% of the nesting occurs in prairie dog colonies, and we have seen mountain plover young in 31 of the past 35 years. Based on the habitat requirements of this species and the habitat available at the Antelope Mine, Dr. Fritz Knopf, who was a mountain plover expert, made some recommendations for the restoration project. And it was decided that customized grass plantings for short grass species were not as effective. Areas that are grazed by sheep could produce good habitat. However, cattle grazing does not produce good habitat. And one of the best ways to create habitat was by creating prairie dog colonies. As we have been translocating prairie dogs in Wyoming, the Antelope Mine does follow the Commission's policy, and this project falls under Guideline 1D, which is to augment prairie dog colonies as described in a prairie dog management plan. And this falls within the mountain plover restoration plan that we have, which is required by the Fish and Wildlife Service and the DEQ. We also know that the Commission has the authority to stop the project at any time. We're required to have an annual Chapter 33 permit, which also has annual reporting requirements. All landowners within 5 miles of the release colonies are allowed the opportunity to comment or express concerns on the project. And each year we notify the landowners within 20 days of starting to trap prairie dogs. Just a little bit of background on the authorization of this project. From 2002 to 2003, the commission granted annual authorization. From 2004 to 2008, no translocations occurred because the state was reviewing policies and there were federal restrictions. From 2009 to 2012, we again received annual project authorization. There was no trapping in 2012 because there was a drought. And then in 2013, the commission approved a multi-year authorization, which lasted from 2013 to 2016. And this is the main reason why I'm here, is because that authorization is going to be over at the end of this year. And so what we are asking is that we would like the commission to authorize another multi-year extension, which would be from 2017 to 2020. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of the process that we do when we translocate, we trap between July 1st and December 31st. Any prairie dogs that are captured are released the same day. We don't translocate prairie dogs across the county lines. If we catch them in Converse County, we release them in Converse County. We do translocate adults and juveniles, and we move no more than 20 prairie dogs a year. The colonies are mapped annually, so we know exactly where they are at on the surface, and we don't have to do any quarantine for these because we're not moving them a very long distance. We also do have a plan in place that if the prairie dogs do start to spread onto surfaces where we don't want them to be, we can control them lethally. As for the colony locations, all the colonies where we trap and release are within the antelope mine permit area, and they are located on antelope coal surface. The colonies that are, I call them mitigated colonies because they're the ones we're creating in reclamation. They do occur in reclamation, and we try and keep them as far as we can from private surface. Just a little bit of a summary of what we've done through the years. So we've trapped from 2002 to 2003, 2009 to 2011, and 2013 to 16. We have 3 colonies, donor colonies, where we actually trap the prairie dogs, and then we have 4 mitigation colonies where we do the releasing. We've moved approximately 169 prairie dogs, and to date we have around 40 acres of mountain plover habitat that's been created. And that means that we still have 120 acres to be able to meet the Fish and Wildlife Service requirements. And we overbrewed a mile of a mitigated colony. Here is a map that kind of shows the general area that I'm talking about. This green area in here represents the antelope coal surface. So that's everything that they own. Permit area for the mine. It's kind of a dark gray are mountain plover use areas, and then so are these green ones. Have not been used, or we have not seen mountain plovers in them recently. These green ones, we have seen mountain plovers in them at some point since 1994. The red hatching are prairie dog colonies. The black hatching are prairie dog colonies that were inactive this year. And these black hollow colonies are ones that are no longer there because the mine has come through and mined that area. The yellow areas are mountain plover areas where we've seen them since 1994. And these little purple stars are where we saw them this year. As for our mitigated colonies, we have this one down here, or these 3 down here in section 11, and then we also have this one up here in section 34. The blue areas right here represent, those are the 40 acres of mountain plover habitat that have been created.
So while you're on that map, Ms. Rubeck, so the green, now I know you're kind of
the green area you're calling the historic current mountain plover habitat?
This one right here, like this color,
Okay, so what does the lime green represent?
like the background, like these big
Yes.
squares, that is the antelope surface, antelope coal surface. So that's the property, land, the surface that is owned by Antelope Coal.
Oh, okay, because I thought that you meant that the boundary was
Oh,
the.
no, sorry. This is the Mountain Plover
No, I
use
meant
areas.
the boundary, the black boundary.
This.
I thought that was all antelope.
No, that's just a permit area.
Of where they can extend to?
Yes, yes, yep. A lot of this over in here is actually Forest Service lands.
Okay. Okay, so when you're talking about, so now we're back to where, so you've got the little 40 acres there where you have your habitat to date. And you're translocating up to that little small.
Well, in the past 2 years, we've been translocating right in here. Prior to that, they had translocated here. I'm not sure exactly when, but what happened was plague came through and wiped out the colony. And so then they started to try and translocate up here. And for some reason, the prairie dogs up here do not survive. We think that there might be some predators, maybe some badgers, some foxes that are eating them. And so we moved back into this area again, hoping that we could get them established, which they have. They're doing quite well right now. And so we're just hoping the plague doesn't come back through and wipe them out again.
So what kind of a distance, what kind of a buffer, you talked about trying to lethally keep them away from private lands, but I guess Forest Service down here, but
Yes.
nonetheless, even Forest Service, what distance am I looking at there from the location, the translocation location and the boundary of the antelope mine lease land?
From this one, it's probably just a little under a mile, because each one of these sections. And then this one we don't release at anymore. So that colony it actually was wiped out by plague also. However, it has been coming back by itself. Well, this is completely my thought, but I'm thinking the prairie dogs from over here migrating in and taking over that. But that one, I would say,
half a mile?
Yeah, I would say quarter mile, half mile. Yeah.
So do you have a plan for that, for a buffer from pretty basically?
Or
the
never
public property or whatever the case might be?
Right. I don't think I've never heard anybody say or give an exact distance. Map is actually the land ownership within 5 miles. And so all this green, this dark green in here is Forest Service lands. And then this yellow is Powder River Coal, which is energy area. And then you have these white squares, which are your state lands. So the closest landowner that we have would probably be this yellow, that's which would be the corporate or not man-made prairie dog colonies closer to them than where we're doing the actual colonies. But that is definitely one of our top priorities, is to know exactly where those colonies are at.
And do you seek input from the stakeholders around,
Yes.
whether they be
Yep.
government or private?
And so that's kind of what this slide represents. This slide here, I contacted all the landowners within 5 miles of where their prairie dogs are being released. And the area in blue showed that they had no new concerns or no comments about the project. Again, this green here represents antelope coal surface. The orange, the landowners did share a concern, and then the gray areas, I didn't ever get a response from the landowner, so I didn't hear anything from them. The landowner, there were 2 landowners that shared concerns, and I think you guys might have something similar to this documents.
Can't get mine to pull up, right?
The Bridal Bit Ranch, their concern was introducing prairie dogs into new areas, and he wondered why we couldn't use sheep or cattle prairie dogs. And then the other one was the Reno and Son, or the JFW Corporation, and he just didn't want prairie dogs released near his property, and he doesn't think that there's a shortage of prairie dogs. So those were the 2 new, or I don't even know if they were new concerns, just concerns that were expressed by the landowners near the project.
So it would interest me too, why, and it showed, and it's, where you tried the planting the shorter grasses, and that wasn't, I don't know, must have been the type didn't work. But then you mentioned that the sheep grazing was did have a positive effect. It's interesting to me that, and you've got a lot of sheep ranchers there.
Yes.
I know
Yep.
them. So it's not like that isn't available. It's interesting you wouldn't go in that direction rather than trying to enlarge prairie dogs, which I don't.
Well, and I totally understand, and that's one thing that we're going to try and explore in the future. I would like to say we're going to do it, but I don't know how feasible it is. But my plan is hopefully to sit down with Antelope, and then I think they said the leaseholder was the Eisenbergers, and I was going to try and sit down with them, and the let's see, this colony that where we couldn't get the prairie dogs to establish because they were getting more than likely predated on. I would like to sit down with them and explore the idea of doing sheep grazing there. I don't know how feasible it is. I don't know how many sheep we would need. So there's a lot of unknowns, but it's definitely something I would like to explore, especially since we've identified this area as being good for mountain plovers, and we can't get the prairie dogs to colonize it. So that is definitely something that we would like to explore.
Super.
But again, it's one of those things where I can't say it's going to work or it's even feasible, but it is something that I'd like to try.
Yeah. Are you fenced for it? Are you all of those kind of things? But,
Yeah.
but I mean, I don't think there's a shortage of prairie dogs either. And I understand that you're trying to increase the habitat for mountain plover. So, I mean, I'm just glad to hear that you're willing to consider alternative ideas.
Yes. Yep. So yeah, that definitely is something that we want to try and explore.
Madam President.
And then I also met with the Campbell and Converse County commissioners and got letters of approval from them. I'm still waiting on the Campbell County letter. I talked with them Monday, and they're still in the process of getting that letter ready, but they did approve it at the September 20th meeting. And I think you guys should have copies of the Converse County commissioners. And then I also did speak with the county weed and pest control districts for both Campbell and Converse County, and they also provided letters of support for the project. And well, I should say the Campbell County weed and pest control had the very same concerns that you expressed. And so, and I kind of told him the same thing, is that we would like to explore that area. I just can't make any guarantees that it will work about the sheep grazing.
Right. Commissioner Culver.
Could you back up on the map and please show us the location of the Bridal Bit and the Reno Ranch in relation to the reintroduction of
The ones that had concerns?
Yes.
Yes. Yep. So right here, kind of in this outline, and this one right here are our release colonies, our mitigation colonies. And so the properties in orange, this is the JFW, and the Bridal Bit kind of lies up in here. And I'm guessing that this is more of the Buckley.
So about 2.5 miles to the Reno's.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and because this is mainly right in here, this is where you're going to have your, I guess I could show you this map. So that's the JFW, and then let's see, Bridal Bit, but yeah, is the orange. So, and they have, you can see they have some natural colonies between both of those properties and where we're releasing.
Looks like a real large colony between the reintroduction site and Reno's. Okay.
Yes, yep.
Not that they have any problem traveling that far, Commissioner Culver. I'll tell you, I was out in my yard this year, and I know where they are around us, and I'll be darned if one of those little devils didn't go right through my yard. And I knew how far away active, which was over 2 miles. So, I mean, they can do it.
Yeah.
So I understand the concern, and I appreciate that you're out there visiting with the local neighbors and those kind of things. I guess my comment would be, and I'm glad that you're willing to pursue, and you're right, you don't know whether that's feasible or whether someone will be interested. You don't know what the fencing condition, you don't know what all those things are, but I guess that, we'd be approving this for 3 years. That's what you're asking for, right?
For 4 years.
For 4
Yes.
years. And translocation every year for 4 years.
Yes.
And, so I guess I'm just, we got your honest face and your word that you'll be pursuing some other avenues at this point.
Yeah.
Commissioner Price.
I think this is the third time that I've listened to these presentations.
Yes.
And I think these people have always been very good at doing what they say and, saying what they're doing. So I appreciate that. And I'll get around to things here in a minute, but you said that you think you have some plague. Do you do any treatment of the prairie dogs that you translocate? In other words, give them a good spray of Windex or not Windex, Raid or something.
No, we don't do anything like that. No.
Would that be wise to do that? Dust them or something? That way, if you had plague, you wouldn't be moving.
We definitely could. We've not done it in the past. I think the plague, well, obviously the plague came through before I was working on the project, but they were thinking that it was some kind of predator that might have been moving through the area that a flea came off of.
Okay.
But it's definitely something that we could take into consideration.
If you move 20 prairie dogs, it wouldn't make a heck of a difference if 100 of them ran over to the next colony. That's a question I had. I'm going to, at this point, make a motion that we go ahead and allow the request for the translocation of the prairie dogs.
Second.
Okay, Sherry, we've got a motion made to approve the 4-year translocation request by Commissioner Price and seconded by Commissioner Clouda.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Before you leave, though,
Yeah.
one quick comment. I will tell you, just north and east of this summer, there was a broad swath where the plague did move through, and it's expanding. And they have made pretty significant developments in control of that.
Yes.
Might be something you want to pursue because it's coming your way probably, but.
I would think with the way the population's exploded this year that it's got to be coming soon. And I would like to offer, if it would help or make you feel more comfortable, I could always come each year and kind of give you an update, or if that would help make you maybe a little bit more comfortable, or I'm willing to do.
Well, I would say this. Now, I won't be on the commission next year when you come because I'll be gone. But I would say that, I'm not a big supporter of translocations, but you guys have been so good to work with on this and so transparent and have done what you've said. If it isn't out of your way, I think it's nice to keep a commission informed because we have so many problems with translocations, and you guys have been the one group who's a little bit of a positive light out there in how it's being done. And I think that bringing things like successful or not, but the possibility of another way to produce appropriate habitat for plovers, which, because there's a lot of negatives to having prairie dog towns too.
Right, yeah.
Not just to ranchers, but to all kinds of wildlife, reduces all of that. Where the sheep, if that was a possibility, don't do that. So, I think an update would be wonderful.
Okay.
And I
okay.
really appreciate your offer.
Because I have talked with Alan Wellborn, he's the person I work with at Antelope, and we've kind of been discussing it back and forth, and we were thinking that we'd probably have to start with maybe some kind of controlled burn to get rid of the vegetation and then bring the sheep in and have them just keep it down. So, but because we kind of thought about, well, maybe we'll just do controlled burns, but then the mine was worried about weeds coming in and taking over. And so then we kind of, maybe we can use sheep to control it. And then it was like, well, we need to bring in the landowner to see if that's even possible. So there's still a lot of ideas bouncing around.
Yeah, I would think the control, I'd worry about the weeds with a controlled burn too. Normally a rancher isn't very supportive of overgrazing. But if that's what you're looking for to get your habitat started, you could negotiate something like that. And the nice thing about sheep is they gravitate toward a weed faster than they do grass. So if you have any there, they'll get rid of those first.
Well, that's good.
Director Talbot, I have a feeling you want to say something.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, I just would say real quickly, I was just looking back at some documents here, and we started working with Antelope Coal on this back in 2002, and this has been a very detailed and growing process. I have the original draft letter here that has 14 points that we mandated that Antelope Coal meet. Those 14 points, I think we're down to 6 or 8 now, and we worked with them very, very closely, and I would like to thank them for being very diligent in all that they have done. This started with Gwen McKee, and we've had a very positive working relationship, and Antelope Coal's done an excellent job. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. And yeah, Gwen has done an amazing job, and she still provides a lot of support to me.
Okay, a comment, Commissioner Price?
Okay, President Little, I think an annual update would be good, or at least next year, because there'll be 3 new commissioners next year, and they need to be probably brought up to speed.
Okay, maybe I'll just plan to do it about the same time of year too, if that works for everybody.
Works for us.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Randy, are you going to start this off? I stuck in the expo.
For right now.
Do
President.
you know that?
No, sorry. I thought that was
Okay,
at the
so
end today, but
Randy, my apologies, and let me make them right now. We've revamped the agenda just slightly, and obviously you've been the last to know. So we're going to move the commission meetings and locations thing to after lunch. But
Questions, Madam President. It's kind of me who's going to talk about the expo.
okay, all right, then great. So I just didn't know for sure. I did think originally you were going to. So Commissioner Crank, you have the floor.
Thank you. For the commission, during the course of us studying how we were going to invest in wildlife and what we do, one of the things we asked Rennie to work on was education component. one of the things the department had historically done was put on an expo in the fall of each year. I think all of them were in Casper. So along those lines, I don't know, several months ago, I asked Joey and Mule Deer Fanatics if they were interested in participating, and he took it upon himself to email various groups. I think all of our constituent kind of groups like Rocky Mountain Elk and Wyoming Wildlife Federation and a number of folks to see if they thought it would be a good idea to have an expo and if they would provide support and help. And Joey received kind of a overwhelming response that they did think it would be a good idea and that they would help. Since then, Director Talbot and I had a phone call with Joey and Josh from Mule Deer Fanatics and talked to him about, and Rennie participated, talked to him about possibly trying to do an expo this coming spring. There's a lot of work to be done, a lot of planning, a lot of decisions to be made, but what I wanted to talk to the commission about was we've determined that the Casper Event Center is really the only venue that may be available this coming year, and that it is available the weekend of May 20th. So the idea was kind of we would do a 3-day expo, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I believe is what we discussed. Originally, the Casper Event Center wasn't available, but they've now notified us that they are available. So I really wanted to ask the commission if you believe that an expo would be a worthwhile project for us to try to do. And really that decision will come in the January meeting, I believe, because before I'm prepared to vote on that, we would need to have a budget and really do some planning and think about and but Casper Event Center, we need to put a down deposit with the Casper Event Center in the next week, and it will be somewhere between $1,500 to $2,500 as I understand it. So I guess tell me if you support or don't support an expo, and whether you're okay if the department goes ahead and puts that deposit down at the very least to reserve that weekend if this all comes together. What I would envision is the department will come back to us in January with what they believe this will cost the department to hold an expo, and many more details about participants and what this expo might look like to start it up again.
Well, here would be you just mentioned this to me earlier, and so I'm just kind of thinking at the last minute too, but when did we used to have weren't they in April?
September.
Was it in September? Oh, okay. See, here's my only concern about the May date is that's right when graduations are going on, and the key thing in this expo is to get those school kids to come. Not dissing the idea so much as the timing of, if that's, did you only look at spring?
Well, we did because fall, the bulk of this work is going to fall on the department, and our people are particularly busy in the fall. That, yeah. As I talked to people about what were problems with the expo, everyone said fall was not a good time to do it because they have day jobs and they're working 24 hours a day. So the thought was we would move it to spring. The group that's talked about this did explore, to move it much earlier, once again, may have a bad impact on the department because in April, we're into season setting and all that study and all that work. President Little, that really the people we really want to come to the expo are school kids. They're still in school. The age group that we're primarily targeting, grade schools and middle schools, aren't graduating, and we've talked about state wrestling, state basketball. It's just hard to find a time that works for both the department and in a time frame that gets us the chance to touch as many people as possible. So May was kind of what the group said would probably be the best.
You remember what part of May?
He said that, he
May
said.
20th.
May 20th, so that would be like a week or two before, a week possibly during graduation.
Yeah,
I think
it's
it's
not just
slightly
graduation. I was just kind of thinking of him at the, and that's something to question the school systems about. But I was just thinking also at the end of the year, do they have their funding available for travel at the end of the year? Have they used it up for that particular school year? I mean, of course, they could plan toward it.
No, this is
They
something
knew
we want-
in advance, but
This is something we want the whole state to participate in, not just the localized. And I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great, fantastic
Yeah, it is a
idea.
good
We're in the middle of education, and the only way we're going to promote hunting and fishing and sports activities is to educate. And this is a good tool to educate.
so what we're looking at right now is a non-refundable down payment of up to $2,500 maybe
That's my understanding.
to save the date. And when you talk to those organizations, did they think that was too small a window?
No, I don't think so. I mean,
To
it's,
get prepared, I meant.
All those organizations are volunteer organizations. So and really, we were just dealing with Mule Deer Fanatics, who seems to be the most organized out there. And there was some hesitation on their commitment, what they can do. I think that's what we need to really explore between now and January. The questions I have in my mind are, what will this cost? How much are we going to burden the department? How many people do we think we can touch to make sure worthwhile expenditure of sportsman dollars? How much support and participation are we going to get from those other organizations? And is the time frame right? All the questions you're asking, I think we can explore between now and January if the commission is generally comfortable going forward with it and putting up to $2,500 at risk, I guess.
Well, I think I'd take any input from the department on that. I mean, at this stage of the game, I'm just thinking from standpoint of organizing events, which I do plenty of in my job, and that's a short time frame, and that's a big event. I mean, I support the expo like crazy. I mean, I just think it's a wonderful thing. I'm so glad that you're excited about it, and that when I leave here, somebody's going to want to get this thing up and running again. That's just a pretty short window, and I'm just thinking, that we're talking about it. We're getting these organizations on board. There were so many organizations that were involved in that thing. To me, it's a little too short a window, but I'm delighted that the discussions are going on. So, I mean, I think you start these discussions and you have the meetings that you're talking about in January, and you do it for the following year and make it happen the way as good as it used to be. But,
Madam
I
President?
start a year in advance for any of the events that I put on, and they don't hold a candle to the magnitude of that one. Just my comment.
Madam President, may I?
Commissioner Rael.
I think it's a wonderful idea, and I understand and appreciate the fact that you like that longer term to plan things out, but I think now would be as good a time as any to go ahead and pursue this and make it go, make it happen. Deadlines and commitments, that's what we're all about. And this one could be a short one and a very fruitful one for everybody involved. I believe that. I'm not trying to be contrary to what you say.
No, that's fine. I mean, that's the discussion in place.
That we've got to continue to build our younger generation on the future of hunting and fishing and outdoor activities. So it's another way to get the children out of the house.
Oh, no, I don't disagree with all that. I just think the window's pretty small.
It is, but I think it's doable. I do.
I guess I'd like to.
Who was speaking? Anyway.
Go ahead,
President
Commissioner
Little.
Price, and then Commissioner
Uh,
Culver after that.
I guess I'm kind of thinking this spring thing might be good. Because the kids come that time of year, they're wanting to get out of rooms, and it may be very good for that. And I guess I'm willing to risk $2,500 just to hold that. And if we lose it, it's not going to break us. So I'd suggest or make a motion, we go ahead and allocate up to the $2,500 to hold the center, the entertainment center in Casper.
I'll second that.
And
Well,
let me
with-
finish up here for a minute.
No, I strongly agree with you.
I'm not even clear yet if he's making a motion. He suggested one be made, I think.
Okay. Well, I'll make it a motion, but I think we ought to risk it and go ahead. It won't break us. And if we can't pull it off, we have between now and January to maybe find holes in it. Maybe need we to delay it. But I'll make the motion that we go ahead and put the money down for the event center. Thank you.
And Commissioner Culver, you're seconding that, and then do you have some discussion?
No, I just have confidence that we can pull it off by next May. We've got a Rennie, and so we can do it, I think, and we should shoot for next May, I think.
Well, we've got a motion to approve a down payment to lock in that weekend or Thursday, Friday, Saturday of the 20th. I'm not sure which days that starts or whatever. But what I guess, and a second by Commissioner Culver, but I'd like a little input from the department. I'd just like to hear what someone from the department has to say about the possibility.
What you got to say,
Randy, you?
Thank you, President. My main point is I haven't been with the department when an expo has been held. So I've relied on my conversations with folks in the communications and outreach team who were there. And, this was a big undertaking to do it as we did it. And so I think if you give us the direction and this is what you would like us to do, we've got some ideas for how I think we'd also like to take it into the future. And, I think we can get it done. I don't think it will look exactly like it was last time we held it based on deadlines and fundraising and other things. But that doesn't mean we can't hold a great event and start to get schools interested again. I think that'll be part of it too, is schools need time to plan. But I think if we don't signal to schools that we're going ahead, they aren't going to start planning for 2017 or 2018. So I just say that would be my input. We as Game and Fish did a survey of teachers in 2007 and asked about moving it to the spring from the fall, and there seemed to be it didn't seem like it would have a big impact either way. So I think that's we even have some data on that. And we certainly get a lot of phone calls from teachers in May looking for activities for kids because that spring fever hits. So I think that there's a great opportunity in May. One other thing too, I'll just point out is that in terms of $2,500, you approved a budget in July for communications and outreach work. We can easily take that money out of that funding, so you don't need to allocate additional funds for this or anything like that too. So I think we can move forward very easily to pursue this. And I think I'd like to ask some of those partner organizations. Steve Martin with Bo is here today, but I think I'd like to ask them to plan to meet with us in January, perhaps ahead of the commission meeting, to be there so you could talk to some of them more directly as well if you had questions. And we can start that planning in person in January. So if this is something you'd like to go forward with, we're going to give it a great run to make an incredible event that's positive, and I think we can just keep improving it too as we go forward.
Madam President.
Thank you, Randy. Commissioner Crank?
Rennie, we can't wait till January to start. We need to start.
Oh,
the commission says go. put this $2,500 down, we need to start tomorrow. So it, much of what I too believe we could pull it off, but it's something we start tomorrow working on and figuring out what does it look like, who will be the participants, how much of a commitment is that on the department, what's that going to cost? I mean, there's many questions, but I think we can do it. And then, if our partners like Bo or whoever want to show up in January and talk to the commission about what they think about this, great. I'd love to hear from them. But, anyone that wants to be part of this ought to contact the department or me or whoever as soon as possible, assuming the commission says go forward.
President, and absolutely, I agree with you. And I think, in fact, we had to have started yesterday, and we did. We've started that conversation thanks to the Muley fanatics for having that initial conversation. We already know some people who have committed, essentially, I feel like, to be there if you authorize it. I'm just thinking an in-person meeting, it's been a real big challenge to try to get a big mass of those groups together, and where they usually need months to plan for it to be there. So I'm thinking what I was trying to say was an in-person meeting could be held around January, but that would be to follow up on all the work that's going to happen between now and then and has already happened.
Sorry, Mr. Martin, to put you on the spot here, but I did see you kind of shaking your head positively. So you're not saying that you don't have to commit fully, but you're thinking that it might be doable. I'm jumping to the conclusion.
President Little, Commissioners, Director Talbot. I was on the advisory committee to the expo whenever we were holding them in the fall, and I was the one that pushed Tristana to start looking at the spring. A lot of that was because of our members wanted to be more involved, but it was being held right in the start of archery season, so we didn't get a lot of participation. I attended every expo except for the first two, and that's the reason why I got on the advisory board. And I believe it's when we lost it, a couple of years ago, I was devastated. I thought that was a great loss as far as outreach and to our kids, and I would love to be a part of getting it going again. But like Commissioner Crank said, you have to start now. We're already behind the 8 ball. I think it can happen in May. I can tell you that I visited with Joey and Josh with the Muley Fanatics, and gave them my support. For bow hunters of Wyoming. Also, the Wyoming Sportsmen's Alliance had a conference call last week. This was one of the topics. They are making plans, or were making plans, to see about holding an expo in Lander in middle of May. So they were already starting that. So that's 10 organizations within the Wyoming Sportsmen's Alliance that wants to see that happen as well. So we have the volunteers. It's just get it rolling. But you need an advisory council, an advisory committee that can get on the ground and get things rolling.
Good, that's great input.
Tristana Bickford was very good at that.
Commissioner Little.
You're nominated and accepted to be on the advisory committee.
I would love to do it.
We'll have a phone call in the next week or so.
I would love to do it.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments. Really appreciate it.
President Little.
Okay.
I would like to mention, we had the governor's task force, and one of the things that came back out of that, they did a audit, and a recommendation was that we do more outreach to the community to recruit and retention. And I think that it may be a little tough time to do this. Get going. We're kind of starting from dead still, but I think it would be a good way to go ahead and show that we're working on that.
Okay, so we actually have a motion, and Commissioner Price, you made this motion, but it appears from Rennie's information, Mr. McKay's information, that this wouldn't necessarily require a new allocation of funds, but just a $2,500 use, up to $2,500 use of funds we've already allocated. So I'm not sure, I mean, once we've already allocated them to you, you can use them accordingly. I'm not sure we need a motion for an additional 2,500 here, do we?
President, I know everybody who's been working in this area and worked on the plan sure was looking for your guidance and input, on this issue. So I think, having direction of, should we be allocating, because more than anything, this is a lot of staff time.
Let's go
So
ahead and.
we'll go ahead then, and any further discussion? So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. You have your approval. Randy.
Thank you. President, one other thing I'd just like to mention is at the July meeting, one of the things that you directed us to do was work on an application for AmeriCorps was part of one of the things we developed on that. And I just wanted to give you an update. We did quite a bit of work exploring that. AmeriCorps has the volunteers that come in and serve. And AmeriCorps has a really established program for its mission and measuring success of a program. And so we went down that road quite a ways looking at that. And in the end, we did not go through with putting in an application there. There's a minimum number of people you have to involve in the program and the costs associated with that. So I just wanted to let the commission know that we didn't pursue that. It would have been for the 2017 federal fiscal year, which starts in, I believe, September 1st. But one thing, what we learned in that process was if there was some way to get some help from summer interns, which is kind of what we were thinking a lot with that AmeriCorps program, was to enhance what we're doing with outreach and education and recruitment. With more people on the ground would have helped, and that was looking like a cost-effective way. And it's not that it isn't, but I think it was a big undertaking to meet its mission, and we would have to align a lot of our work with the mission of AmeriCorps. So I think we'd like to continue to consider that, but what was on the plate there was potentially about $250,000 we thought was per year to run that program. And what we'd said in that plan was we'd come back to you and ask you for that for next fiscal year if we were successful in applying for it. What I think we'd like to talk about in the future, and maybe as part of this discussion, then is the possibility of internships to help with, if we had them in place in May, they could be there to help staff Expo. They could also be in place to help staff camps. As we've talked about, that's been a challenge in the past of having the people on the ground to just actually run a camp. It is a big workload. And so interns maybe would be a great vehicle to that. And so the cost for a summer internship program to help us do camps, to help have a presence at Expo, and also potentially to do some day camps across the state. Might just be a 2-day camp in each region where they could travel around and do some game and fish led education and outreach events that would be much more intensive. We don't get that much time with each individual at Expo, but we could maybe recruit into some day camps and also do our longer camps at Whiskey Mountain in the future. So anyways, that would be a proposal we'd like to continue to discuss with you as we look ahead, and could be also a help on Expo. So I just wanted to let you know that we did not go forward with that AmeriCorps application. We are going to continue to talk to AmeriCorps to consider it, and also work with some of the existing partners in the state. The Teton Science School is already running an AmeriCorps program, and we're wondering if there can be a partnership there where we use some of their volunteers to help out on conservation education in the future.
Thank you so much for the update. I appreciate that. And we are going to break for lunch and be back at 1 o'clock. And you will begin at 1 with the meeting dates and locations then.
Thank you, President.
Good. Thank you all.